We will bring the Assembly Reorganization meeting on October 23rd, 2023 to order. Everybody just needs to be a little patient for the beginning because it's a little bit different time for us in the beginning, but we'll make it through. First, we'll start with our flag salute. Mr. Jones, will you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Madam Deputy Mayor, will you give us the land acknowledgement, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy to. We would like to acknowledge that the city and borough of Juneau is on Tlingit land and wish to honor the indigenous people of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to be in this place, part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Gonalchish.
Thank you. And that's probably the last items of business we'll get from those two. Anyway, we will start with our special, I'm sorry, it's really, really echoey today. Special order of business with your Assembly Reorganization. First of all, we will start with our recognition of outgoing Assembly members. We'll start with Mr. Jones because we already did your grand finale. This is a repeat. So, Madam Clerk, you have goodies. And I have one goodie also, but you give your goodies. For those of you who don't remember, Mr. Jones left us because he termed out, but because we ended up having a vacancy, he seemed a natural fit to come back for, I think, 4 months. Says he loves to go to meetings, so he might as well be in the room when he was instead of listening to us.
So we have a gift certificate for Mr. Jones to enjoy some time at, and I'm going to say it terribly wrong, in Boca al Lupo. I got to know how to say this because I'm going to go to Italy next year. So, and of course, an Alaska fudge. Mr. Jones.
Does any Assembly member or staff want to say anything further on Mr. Jones? Okay, oops. Mr. Bryson.
I just wanted to give our sincere appreciation to Mr. Jones. There was nobody else in the community that was as up to speed and gone to the meetings with us. When the mayor proposed Mr. Jones' names, it was just a really natural, easy yes for us. And we don't get a whole lot of those. So Mr. Jones, we're really glad that you're available to come and hang out with us for a few short months. We were still missing you. So I just really appreciate that you took the extra time when you didn't have to. So thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Hale, is that your hand that was raised?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Jones, thanks so much for filling in. And I think you might be getting a few phone calls because it's been a great reminder of your encyclopedic memory. You remember everything, and I'm not sure how. So thanks so much.
Ms. Gladysevsky.
Say thank you for agreeing to do it. And I look forward to, we're both going to get kicked out together so we could go have a drink.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like my comments from when he first termed out to be just brought and copied over and pasted into the minutes for tonight. But we will see you again, I'm sure. And thank you for your service.
And I'll just add, does anybody else? Okay.
A second copy over all my kind words. And I know how to text you.
And I'll just repeat what everybody said. We truly appreciate you coming in. During the summer months, we tended vacation quite a bit. So it was very nice to have another person come in and not just another body, but someone who is well-versed on all our topics, as Ms. Hale said, sometimes more than the rest of us probably. So with that, I'm going to have 2 dinners at your house. So I brought you some garlic infused olive oil. So we'll pass that down to him. And we'll look forward to seeing you there. And Lorraine just paid me a little bit of money to get you out of the house to bring you back. So anyway, with that, do you have anything that you want to say?
Just repeat all my comments for the last 9 years. Pay attention. No, seriously, congratulations to Paul and Ella. You guys are going to find that sitting up here is a little different than sitting in the forums, but I did appreciate attending most of them. And I really do. Congratulations for both of you. Now the hard part starts. Katie, welcome. And I get to say goodbye. And Mr. Palmer, it's nice to see you in the chair again. On one of your agenda items is a resolution of a large thank you to Sherry Lane. And I just wanted to, since I won't be here to vote on that, tell you how wonderful it was to read that resolution. I even read the packet, even though I'm not going to be here. Sherry, you really held it together when Mr. Palmer was gone, and I could watch from afar. And then when I came back on the assembly, I thank the assembly for bringing me back. I really did enjoy it, hopefully you won't need me again. So thank you very much. I really did appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, with that, we will go to our next not attendee, soon to be not attendee, Ms. Gladaszewski, our deputy mayor, and we'll start with Madam Clerk. She has some goodies for you.
And not to say that we have been around for a while, Maria, but you and we've been around for a while. So I'll share that this is a culmination of gifts to merit all of your years of service at CBJ, not just on the assembly, but on the planning commission and as a staff member. And we really thank you for everything. So for those of you who are not aware, Maria has served as the deputy mayor since October of 2021 till the present. She's been in the assembly area-wide seat from October 2014 to 2023. Prior to that, she was a planning commission member from July of 2000 to December of 2011. And she was the tourism planning manager, special projects and public information officer from April of 2001 to January of 2009. And surprisingly enough, I've been here for your whole tenure. So yeah, feeling a little on the long and tooth here, but I could not fit all of the fun pictures into one frame. So you get a photo album, Maria, and there's a few pages left in case you have any pictures you want to add to this. And that's one of many of our thank you gifts. But as the photo album says on one of the first pages, every assembly member stands beside a supportive family member. And we couldn't do it without the support of our family members who don't happen to be here tonight. But he also, Eric also will get a box of chocolates in lieu of flowers tonight. And we have another something special for you.
You might get.
All right.
Pictures. Thank you very much. There were many quit, and so I'm in a bunch of pictures because it wasn't just one a year. It was like, 15. So lots of these. So thank you. Appreciate that. And I would say Eric wasn't here the night I was elected, by the way. So, and he's not here the night that I'm done, by the way.
Rather fitting. Should we have her open her presents?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well run. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's something in there. This is beautiful all by itself. Oh, beautiful earrings. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. They're pretty.
They're very good. Nice with your hair. Nice with my hair. Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh-oh, some kind of picture. Gonna embarrassing, everybody's standing around looking at me.
It's all right. It's just like Christmas when you were one.
Like Christmas, and I was the one everyone's looking.
Uh-huh. Then you're busy playing with the wrapper.
Excellent. Oh, nice. To remember June.
It's a little bit more colorful than our background, but that's as close as we can get.
Blow that up and. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll go to staff first, if any of you want to say anything, and then we'll go to the assembly members. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not much to say, but Maria, when I think about just a couple of things that I wanted to say about your time that overlapped with me, I thank you for being a consummate public servant. You always approached every issue with a public purpose question in mind, and I knew I could always count on you when I needed some brainstorming help and thinking about all the different various competing perspectives that we were going to be tackling with any given issue of the day. And I wasn't slow to make those calls, and you were always fast to pick up. So thank you.
Ms. Kester.
Well, this is my my first meeting with you in this role, but certainly not my first time observing you. And I've learned a lot from you. And one thing in particular is your great questions. So when I'm preparing packets, I'm always thinking, what would Maria ask and what backup material should I include in here? And that is a really important lesson for a city manager or a staffer. So thank you for bestowing not only your wisdom as an elected official, but your wisdom as a long-serving public servant, because few people have that ability to understand both the staff and the elected officials. So we always appreciate that.
Thank you for putting the positive spin on that, because pain in the neck is also another way to talk about it. Thank you.
You good? Okay, we'll go to our Zoom friends up there. Either of you want to say something? Okay, well, Holga Doc nodded first, so she gets to talk first.
Yeah, I just want to say how goodness sheesh. Thank you so much, Maria, for teaching me and helping to guide and being just our assembly encyclopedia for all things, but also for keeping us on track and making sure that we were moving along in an adequate speed for all of our meetings. And I just appreciate your voice and the way that you see our community and love for our community, and you'll really be missed, but no doubt we'll continue to see you in and out of that room on occasion and definitely around the community, but we'll miss sitting with you on the assembly. So how goodness sheesh again for all of your work and for sitting alongside us for all those years.
Thank you, Holga Doc. Ms. Wall.
So I came up with 4 things I appreciate about Maria. Only 3 of them are appropriate for this setting. So I'll just. Number 1, I feel like the worse an assembly meeting was, like the longer it was, the more we wanted to kill each other. That's when Maria really shined. I was remembering some meetings where we were 3 hours in, nobody has anything left, and Maria's making complex motions and breaking out Robert rules that we'd never heard of. So thank you for keeping us alive on some of those nights. Number 2, I feel like after 11 years on the Planning Commission and 9 on the Assembly, I can only imagine the type of sexism that you've had to deal with. And so on behalf of the women, thank you for not putting up with it. And then the third thing, I said this about Carol too, but as somebody who was not on the Assembly at the beginning of the pandemic, those of you who were, I know you all had to maneuver such unknowns and you ended up saving lives. And I hope someday Juneau puts up a statue to all of you, because you all are true heroes for helping the community navigate that period of our history. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you for not saying the 4th thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Wall. So perhaps the statue might be a picture of Gumby, because we had to be very flexible. Mr. Bryson, we'll start with you and work our way down.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know what the 4th is. So I agree. Thank you for the ladies. you know, you can't say enough great things about Maria, but you really did help lead this group through the pandemic. And when I think of the memories that I had of you, you did help hold us together, which was the most trying time that I can think of. It was the toughest time that I've had being an assembly member, and your leadership in that really made a big difference. And I'm just going to take a guess what Christine's fourth is that after the meeting, if you got to hang out with Maria for just a little bit, she would teach you so many other things about whatever topic you guys were working on. It was those last comments. So I always appreciate that about you, Maria. I knew I'd get one more word out of you. So thank you. I look forward to getting one more word out of you one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks. This is a tough one because I similarly found myself saying, well, I can't tell that story and I can't tell that story. But Maria, I'm going to miss the heck out of you up here. Just as an assembly member, I want to say thanks. In the beginning of my time, you were someone that I would find myself in meetings be looking to and saying, why didn't I ask that? Yeah, that's a really good point. Why didn't I think of that? And I feel like the approach that you took, methodical and getting that extra detail out of staff, was a really great lesson to me as an assembly member. And especially during the early days of COVID-19, when we were all in our homes and at first trying to do things by phone. I will always be extremely appreciative for that period of time. And I feel like that's when I got to know you better. And, you know, for somebody who spent 20 years, not counting staff time, you might say, what's this lady doing? What kind of life? But it's really the flip, because I know you know better than a lot of people who have served in public service how to have a good time in life. And so it's super well deserved. And I'm just really excited for you to have more time. And thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Mr. Jones.
Just briefly, because it's running long, but anyway, thank you. I know that all but 2 years of that, your service on the assembly, we served together through the COVID. And I just think back to about 2014 and a dinner and printing off a nominating petition before dessert. And here we are. Good luck.
So now we know. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was kind of thinking of that Maria maybe was like a good example of a reluctant public servant, like someone who wasn't like, oh, it has to be me and now's my time. It was, I think honestly, people came up to her and like, please run, we need a good candidate. And they knew you would do a good job and you reluctantly agreed, and then probably reluctantly decided to run 2 more times for the planning commission and twice more for the assembly. I mean, obviously at the end, but during COVID, I think you just, I know you had a deep sense of service and that it was an important time. And of course you ran again. I've appreciated you and just your kind of sense that the assembly is making decisions for the benefit of the whole community. And sometimes that is very challenging to certain groups. It's hard, but that's the way we have to look at it. I've valued your friendship, your willingness to discuss issues post meetings, maybe with a drink, maybe with some cursing, but that's what makes it fun. I've appreciated your sense of humor. You're also, and I'm going to try to channel this in my future years of service, of just making good motions that move the discussion along, that try to find 5 votes to just keep us moving. And moving forward that critical path that you talk about. So I will miss those, but I will remember those and try to carry them forward. I look forward to you now sailing this into the sunset on a literal sailboat off the assembly, but thank you for your service and your friendship.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maria, you are a rock. on this assembly. You are one of the foundational, you are one of you're the glue. You really hold us together, and I think we've all absolutely appreciated it. And it's sobering to think that you're not going to be here, because you make great motions, you keep things moving, you always are on point. I will miss you sorely. You're also a superb parliamentarian. You're our best parliamentarian, and I really appreciate that. You pull things out of the air that I didn't even know existed, and there we go. And the lawyer says, yep, we can do that. So thank you very much. You totally deserve your time off. I know you're already starting to enjoy a little feeling of retirement. And I have to repeat something that you've said a few times about the decisions that we have to make, which I love. And I'm going to print it out maybe on a plaque or something. The decisions that we make are not between roses and a hellscape. They're slightly less worse or slightly more worse. And I think that sums it up really well. So thank you so much. I am going to miss you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Everybody said a pretty good thing, and people who have watched Maria, Ms. Gladaszewski, sorry, not quite Maria yet. In 5 minutes, you will be Maria. Throughout her public side, but what a lot of people don't realize, on her private side, she is quite a comic. So we've had a really good time with her. But anyway, this might be my last poem, so I'll read you my poem. Maria Gladaszewski came to us from the streets of Chicago, living by the stockyards and hoping the wind didn't blow. She was upscale in the downscale part of town, but soon to Alaska she was bound. Arriving in Juneau about 30 years ago, it didn't take long for her to give public service a go. 9 years on the Planning Commission she spent, zoning variances and appeals, listening to people vent. Advising on solid waste, helicopter noise, and garbage bears working for the city. Topics we still enjoy, more's the pity. Switching to fish and game, where she spends lots of time in the rain, but did get to transplant reindeer by herding them onto a plane. I'll be on the assembly and on issues make a racket. Do I have to read this whole packet? It doesn't matter if you can spell or say my last name, was her campaign slogan that rose her to fame. A recording on her website fits her to a T. Say it with me, Gladaszewski. Common sense and problem-solving skills Maria did bring for this thing and that thing and oh, that other thing. Too many topics that Maria touched to even mention. Her humor and wit helped ease any tension. She shared her Polish history with us. Her Easter butter lamb made quite a fuss. Proven practicality was her gift. From the quagmire, us she did lift. When the cow or other meetings were in a mess, Maria cleared it by cutting to the chase with her bluntness. Yes or no, Maria had to make hard votes. G-rated were most, not all of her notes. Her immediate adventure is already underway. Fraulein Schneider, she is in cabaret. Retirement will involve Eric and a sailboat so fine. No meetings will be heaven, especially with a little wine. Hopefully we are still a community in which neighbors water your plants, even though it's hard to tell sometimes with all the rants. Maria, I will miss sitting at the dais on your right and the comic relief phone calls late at night. All of us will miss discussing topics with you that aren't tame, but I bet the staff and the public won't miss having to say your last name.
Thank you very much.
She asked me if she got
Do I
to
get to
talk
talk
now.
now?
No, she doesn't. No, just kidding. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody for being so kind and nice and not mentioning the other things. And thanks to the people of Juneau for putting their faith in me for all those years. I really appreciate it. I felt a privilege to serve. Thanks to all the staff who's really terrific. And people don't realize what I think, because lot of, people have opinions and complaining, but how hard the people who work here work, and everybody's trying to do the best for their home. It's their hometown. So we're really privileged. I'm from Chicago, and I was pretty cynical about government and how many times you get to vote and things, right? And it's just not true in this community. There's nobody here who's corrupt or trying to get a deal for their friend, or like pretty literally nobody. And the assembly is so clean that we don't, if there's 4 people in the room back there getting coffee, one of us walks out because we can't have more than 3. I mean, people might not believe that, but that's true. So, because during the campaign, you hear some other things. Congratulations to the 2 new folks. Really, really happy that you'll get up here and call me anytime for a little history wine. What kind of advice do I have? I do as much good for as many people as you can. But, I was reminded, I don't have any wisdom, but I wanted to talk about Vic Fisher, who passed away in the last day. And there's a man who was a dedicated public servant for longer than any of us on this dais were even alive, even me and even you. He was working for the people of Alaska before I was born, and he continued to do it for decades. He came up here in 1950, was the Anchorage's first planning director. He was very involved in local government. He served in the Constitutional Convention, everyone knows. He basically wrote the foundation upon which all of us serve, the unified borough. And he worked and continued to work for decades. He was the head of ICER. He was a state senator. He was, 95 years old and collecting signatures in front of Safeway. He never quit. So I just wanted to say a couple of things about him. He says, he was talking about the constitutional, what he wrote about the local government. He says, my pride in the local government article endures. This form of government has proved as adaptable as we hoped it would. The goal of maximum self-government has been successfully realized in Alaska's diverse regions. And we really learned that during COVID. We had powers here as a city and borough that we didn't have to do it exactly like they did it in Anchorage or exactly like they did it in Nome, because we could control our local future. And we did, and it was hard, but we got to, and thanks to Vic Fisher. So anyway, he was the embodiment of a public servant. And he says, he grew up in Russia and had to flee Hitler and Stalin and all sorts of things. And he saw oppression firsthand, but he wrote, my optimism is learned from life and the changes I have seen. I can see the dark side as well as anyone, but the spirit of humanism has never failed. So he also says, public service is a noble profession. If you engage in public policy, seek to float as many boats as you can, regardless of the size. It's possible to do this. We talked about during COVID about how we were all in the same storm, but not in the same boat. So I would just advise everybody, go float some boats. So thanks. Thank you. Oh, yeah. No, this one. Oh, Vic Fisher is in the Thank you so much. I'm gonna miss you so. Thank you. All right, I'll try to get out. Thank you for being so nice. Look, Vic Fisher, I didn't even know. Oh.
Come on up. We have some more gifts.
Okay, I'm not Eric, but I'm gonna try.
I have a little message here. Oh, thank you. That's great. Yeah, this is from Eric. He said,
Sorry.
I'm sorry I'm not here, but I guess he's out there on Zoom somewhere. But just let it be known that even though you're leaving public service, he'll continue to address you as your worship.
Thank you.
Okay, get your stuff and get out of here.
Oh.
You too, Mr. Jones.
I got. Don't throw away your name tag. I had to bring mine.
Come on, Laura, let's
Keep
go.
that
drink
here.
it. Oh, my God.
Oops. Put that picture on. There we go.
Thank you.
That's it.
Is that your stuff?
Yes, that is my stuff.
Wow, that's so weird.
Okay, with that, we have some swearing in to do and Ms. Hughes Candies, if you want to join them down there, and Ms. Wall, I guess you're doing it by Zoom. Sure.
Yeah.
Ella, or Ms. Atkinson and Mr. Kelly.
All right, so if you can raise your right hand and then repeat after me. I do solemnly affirm
I, Alicia Hughes Candies, do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and State of Alaska
of the United States and State of Alaska
and the laws of the City and Borough of Juneau
and the laws of the City and Borough of Juneau
and the State of Alaska,
and the State of Alaska,
and that I will faithfully, honestly, and promptly
and that I will faithfully, honestly, and promptly
perform the duties of the office of Assembly Member.
perform the duties of the office of Assembly Member.
Congratulations.
Super guy. Thank you.
And Christine, we have your certificate when you come back to town.
Yep. So Mr. Kelly and Ms. Atkinson, so right now you're just going to take any seat up here because we have some work to do before we continue on. Then I'm gonna kick you all off. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think you need to call roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for the first roll call, I will do this in seniority order with the least senior member, our newest member, Ella Atkinson.
Present.
Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Walkie-Doc.
Here.
Miss Wall.
Present.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Miss Hughes Candies.
Here.
Mr. Bryson.
Present.
Miss Hale.
Here.
And Mayor Weldon.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, Ms. Hughes Candies, you have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt, or I nominate Michelle Hale to serve as Deputy Mayor, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, Madam Deputy Mayor Hale, you are now Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Huskin.
And Ms. Hale, you have a motion for me.
Madam Mayor, I move the reorganized committee and liaison assignments, and I believe everyone has a copy of those, and I ask for unanimous consent.
They're in your red folder if you didn't see the email from Madam Clerk earlier today, but all of it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody because I've talked to everybody about them. Any objections? Seeing none, so moved. Okay, with that, all of you get back down. You might as well stay. Okay. I don't. You have your Okay, we already have Ms. Hale, Mr. Bryson. Anchoring the far right, far left, however you want to say that. Ms. Hughes Candies, keeping Mr. Bryson in line. Mr. Smith. Ms. Wall.
You can put my name next to Miss Hughes Candies.
Wahalgadock.
Put me on right next to Miss Wall.
Do you feel like Vanna? Mr. Kelly. Well, you come up here. You're invited now. And Ms. Atkinson. All right. These are your seats forevermore, at least for this year. Anyway, so that brings us back to our normal business. So again, thank you to the public for all their patience. It's just something we have to do once a year. Madam Clerk, instructions for public participation.
Madam Mayor, for those members of the public who wish to testify via Zoom, the deadline to sign up was 4 p.m. today. The rest, we have a sign up sheet at the back of the room. If you have not yet signed up, now's the time to do so, and we'll collect the list in just a moment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have no minutes to approve, so we'll go by that. Manager's request for agenda changes. I know you have at least one agenda change.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. I have two requests for agenda change. The first one would be to move item number 8, ordinance 2039, a non-code ordinance authorizing cold weather emergency shelter at 1325 East Sow Way from the consent agenda to right before public hearings. The second item I'd like to move is number 27.
So let's just be clear that resolution is going to go on public hearing. So if you were planning on testifying that tonight, it's going to be our first item on public hearing.
And the second item is to move item 27, Appeal 2023 AA01 Carla Hart versus Planning Commission Kuna Totem Dock Appeal from presiding officer reports to item R, executive session.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kester. With that, we'll go to public participation on non-agenda items. And let's see here, how many do we have? Looks like we just have one. If you want to bring over Mr. Adams on the Zoom.
Yes. Yeah, I suppose I'm the only one on Zoom who's participating at this moment. My name is Joshua Adams, and I'm here to talk about a non-agenda item. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
I was just going to say, you already stated your name, area, town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yep, I'm here in Juneau. And I want to talk about a crucially important item in our town. Our history is in grave peril. On Wednesday, October 11th, CBJ organized a meeting with an architectural firm known as First 40 Feet, showing possible design concepts for the redevelopment of the downtown historic site known as Telephone Hill. The designs were drawn in a very impressive 3D format at taxpayer expense and show 4 utterly unworkable concepts for the future of Telephone Hill. The first 3 designs were a mix of townhouses and apartment complexes with none of the now existing homes in sight. The last design was a mixed infill design that included the existing homes, but with additional infill apartments. That design was by far the best of the 4, simply because it at least included the historic homes on Telephone Hill. However, that design was also flawed because it fails to consider the context of the area. You don't preserve historic homes by tossing them in with a bunch of modern construction. All of the design concepts fail to respect the green space of Telephone Hill, which is such an integral part of its character and always has been for 142 years. that character would be irrevocably destroyed and lost by any of the designs proposed by First 40 Feet. I wish to appeal to you, our assembly, and especially to the new members of our assembly. You are taking on a great responsibility, and I hope that you feel the weight of your decisions. You've been charged by destiny with the task of preserving our history. Your ancestors are watching you. I implore you not to allow our government to obliterate 142 years of architectural history. That history does not belong to you. It belongs to our children for generations to come. They deserve to see what Juneau once was, as it was first founded. I wish to conclude by mentioning just a couple of the houses in particular. One of the houses happens to be the oldest continuously occupied home in the state of Alaska. That deserves repeating. The Webster House was built in 1882, 2 years after Juneau was founded by the discovery of gold by Joe Juneau and Richard Harris in 1880. That house was built in 1882. It is the oldest home, continuously occupied home in the state of Alaska. The oldest home in Alaska is not in Sitka. It's here in Juneau on Telephone Hill.
Mr. Adams, the buzzer has gone off.
Oh, okay. I'll just conclude with one last phrase. All of the odds have been against the survival of these houses and the green space on which they stand. Don't be the assembly that goes down for obliterating 142 years of our history. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from Mr. Adams? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. I think Luann McVeigh probably said her piece already with Maria's last day, unless she's still in the audience. I don't see her. Mr. Tangs, you're going to come up here. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes. And Madam Clerk, is our lights over there working or not? Okay.
Hello, I'm Tony Tangs, and thank you for letting me speak. I too am speaking about Telephone Hill. I spoke to you last on September 12th of last year against Ordinance 2022-06 BK, which was appropriating $100,000 to the city manager's office to use toward developing plans for Telephone Hill, and which was an occasion in which I was quite hot under the collar, as some of you may recall. The language of that $100,000 appropriation ordinance referenced legislative priority number 9, which called for the demolition of the existing historical housing structures in Juneau's oldest neighborhood, and which you had approved unanimously at the end of the previous January, all without one bit of input or discussion from the concerned citizens of Juneau. To be sure, I called the then chief engineer and now borough manager, Katie Kester, and asked her about the process involved behind creating proposed legislative priorities. And she informed me that priorities come sometimes through various committees or boards. I then asked her if legislative priority 9 had come through a board or committee prior to the unanimous assembly approval, and she replied that it had not. I've been on executive boards before, and I know how it is to be new at it and feeling my way, especially as a first termer, as many of you were last year. Nobody wants to stop the flow or seem ignorant by asking questions, especially when the ideas are brought down from the top of the mountain by those perceived as more experienced and wise. But let it sink in. That idea, legislative priority number 9, had zero public input, and yet you voted unanimously to approve it, to be going after funding to demolish Juneau's oldest historical neighborhood, all without even having the property. And this, of course, created a history and a backdrop for you to proceed as if it was a thing, as if it had community support. So you could let yourself be easily steamrolled into providing big money for going after new designs for Telephone Hill. I got pretty hot last year. Also, you could throw it in, I timed this at at a little over 2 minutes. Also, you put this in the basket for the 1% sales tax, along with a dozen other things, something that was going to pass anyway. So that doesn't indicate you had support from the public if that bill was going to pass anyway. Most of the support that the 40-foot people, developers, designers got was negative. I want to tell you
Mr.
that.
Tech,
But
I have to stop you because you've been over.
okay, I'm just letting you know how offensive that seemed to me at the time. And I'm continuing forward. But if you get an inkling about that, maybe you can forgive me for getting so angry.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions for Mr. Tangs? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Metcalf. Please state your name and area of your town, Mr. Metcalf. Maybe he's not here. No, Mr. Metcalf. Oh, there he is. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Peter Metcalf. My wife Sandy and I lived at 354 Diston Avenue for over 30 years, and we're next door neighbors to your new city manager. That's why I took the photo. They've been a wonderful addition to our neighborhood, and I want to talk to you about what I value most about Juneau, and that's our community. And I've gotten into this discussion about Telephone Hill several times, and the standing in line at the supermarket. And one comment I heard the other day was, "Oh, we have to maximize the values." In other words, this person was talking about property tax. And then I was standing in line, and another guy said, "We have to keep the green space," and that's what I favor. Maximize community values. Don't get shoved around about maximizing property values. We can do that other places, other uses. The plans I've seen, and I've been to all these meetings, they don't impress me. They're stuck in the past. They're genuflection to progress. And back in the day when we were younger, we were all kind of fatalistic about progress. Well, we had to do it. We had to get out of the way of progress. Let's make this more of a park-like setting. It's a jewel in the middle of Juneau, and it gives people solace. The office workers who spend their days in the state office building and the spam cam, they can at least walk through this nice neighborhood. Don't destroy it. That's my plea to you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalf. Any clarifying questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Mr. Van Kirk.
Good evening. My name is Charles Van Kirk. I've been a resident of Juneau Douglas for 63 years. I've brought my family up here with 8 kids and 30 some grandkids. I'm losing count. And so I'm very familiar with the community as it was when I first moved here and what has happened since. When I first got here, there was less than 10,000 people. There was a beautiful little town nestled here in downtown Juneau that, it was really an excursion to go out the road. Out the road meant that if you wanted to go to the glacier, you took a one-way dirt road with turnouts so that you could see our beautiful glacier. That's where I learned to get my driver's license. Over the years, the community developed, expanded, and now we've tripled in size. And how have we done that? We've expanded. Now, the valley is completely full of housing that accommodates nearly 2/3 of the population of Juneau. Along with that, Up popped the federal building, up popped the Douglas Island Development Building in Douglas. That took out 2 baseball parks that were huge baseball parks with grandstands and the whole bit. That was a real vibrant part of our community. Those moved. Now, where are they? Out in the valley. But in the meantime, Juneau is sitting here and we're talking now about a historic district. Well, what about our historic district that was found over and revived over in Douglas, where we have a wonderful area over there that shows the history of Treadwell. Now, I really hate to see the potential of some more of our history just being paved and turning Paradise into a parking lot again, because Telephone Hill is a very important, vibrant part of our history in downtown Juneau. I've seen so much of it go by the wayside. Now, I'm a Valley resident. I didn't hear about this until just a day or so before the October 11th meeting. And I thought, well, I'm going to go find out what this is all about. When I first heard about it, I thought, oh, it's just a handful of folks that are trying to keep cheap rent and not have to pay property tax. Not so. Once I got to the meeting, I saw the process, as was mentioned by Tony Tangs, this legislative priority to destroy buildings before we even have a master plan. This is not right. We need to please, as new assembly members especially, keep in mind where we come from, the history of Juneau. People ask me, well, have you lived in Juneau all your life? And I respond, not yet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Van Kirk? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Mr. Gray. Skip, sorry.
Yes,
Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
my name is Skip Gray and I live out in the Twin Lakes area. And for most of this year, we were told do nothing was an option regarding Telephone Hill. And yet before the public process had begun, it seems, that alternative disappeared. It wasn't an option in either of the surveys, and it wasn't reflected in any of the 4 preliminary plans for the hill. But do nothing is not really an option. The hill needs some tender loving care. And here's what I'd like to see happen on Telephone Hill. I'd like to see Telephone Hill designated as the federally recognized historic district it deserves to be and would qualify for. I'd like to see the historic homes preserved, restored, and lived in, nestled into a nicely manicured green belt. In other words, pretty much what it already looks like, but fixed up after 38 years of existing in a government-owned limbo with only the most basic maintenance. Alternately, I could see some of the homes used for multi-purpose public use, such as childcare, a mini museum showcasing Alaska's first commercial telephone system that was begun on Telephone Hill, maybe meeting spaces, arts and crafts studios, and housing for visiting artists, musicians, and lecturers. I would like to see a public trail meandering through the historic cherry tree orchard, apple and lilac trees and gardens. I'd like to see the hill included in the city's self-guided walking tour with prominent interpretive signs on the tourship docks describing some of the history of the hill and showing the route to it, and signs on the hill with information about the individual homes, the lives of the people who have lived there, and some of the history of the area, including photos of the grand courthouse that once stood where the state office building now stands. And a sign that shows how prominent and important of a landmark and lookout the hill was before it was largely walled in by large buildings. I would like to see this unique historic neighborhood and green space saved so that future generations can see what homes and neighborhoods looked like before the advent of concrete, tall buildings, and high-density housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gray? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here. I'm sorry if I missed it, but in your vision for Telephone Hill, are there people living there? And would you see that as city property where the city is renting those properties, or would you see those as private properties that were sold off?
Mr. Gray?
I think there might be a number of ways of handling that. I know the city doesn't necessarily want to be a landlord, but it could be, and it could manage those houses so that people are still living in them and spend some money to fix them up at the same time, knowing their value to our community and to tourism both. They could be sold to people at fair market value, with the caveat that the houses have to be preserved and maintained, similar to historic properties downtown. There could be some kind of a trust or nonprofit that could possibly take over the hill and operate it, maybe city sponsored or some other solution in that regards. So yes, I see either people living there. I see people living there, and I see it could also provide an artistic space for the community and space for other kinds of meetings and just a fun cultural center for the town. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gray, for your testimony. Next, we have Maureen Connerton. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Maureen Connerton. I reside at 135 West 2nd Street, which is on Telephone Hill and actually is the Webster House, the oldest consecutively lived in house. I just found out in Alaska. I thought it was just in Juneau. So my neighbors and I know the value, the very unique in this very unique and beautiful historic neighborhood. We're not squatters. We even paid property tax. During the time I lived on Telephone Hill, the residents paid the state over $1 million per our lease with DOT. So we all know that Juneau needs housing, and especially downtown. And of course, the assembly is very interested in using this property in that regard. The 4 options that were given to the community are not acceptable because they slice and dice the hill up. They ruin the historic value of this neighborhood. But there is a way of an option that hasn't been explored, and I'm afraid that possibly won't be explored in the final option that is presented to the community. And so I'm interested in being able to have my neighbors and myself provide you with our option, which would include new housing, but would still keep the historic value and the green space of that hill. Nobody, there's tourists that come out there all the time with the proper planning and as Skip mentioned, and oops, it could be a real draw. You don't go to people when they think of Seattle, they think of Pike Street Market and they think of the Needle. We have the Needle with the tram, and Juneau could be a unique historic feature that's developed not only for new housing for residents, but to enhance the visitors' experience as well. So if you give us a chance to the locals to present their option to you rather than a firm down in the, they've been great. First 40 feet are fine. And the city's been, all the city, everyone with the city's been very helpful. So it's not that, we all want the same thing. We want a win-win for the community, which really involves a larger vision than just simply housing, but it can be housing as well without destroying it. End of, oh, wait. Oh, but I wanted to paraphrase Maria, okay?
You can paraphrase Maria one time.
No, just 2 minutes. Okay, 1 second, slightly. Okay, so the whole idea of slightly less worse, maybe the locals could come up with an option that is slightly better. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Connerton? Mr. Smith? Will you want to come back up, please?
Oh, sorry.
And while I appreciate everybody applauding in the audience, we cannot have that. Thank you.
And I appreciate them too. Because I hate public speaking. Okay.
Sorry to make you do more of it, Ms. Connerton. I just wanted to know, had you approached city staff or anyone about your idea of the neighbors proposing something and if you had a response?
Not specifically with, because I did talk to First 40 Feet. You know, their job, the contract that you have with them, you know, they have to fulfill that contract. That's not just listening to me, that's listening to everyone else. So unfortunately, I think that the data that they got during that first meeting in town was skewered by and it wasn't just me, although I'm not tech savvy. You know, there were other people that couldn't input their information into the survey because, like, our phones wouldn't let us. I got to the point where I was trying to refresh my phone and it blocked me completely. Maybe part of that was that it was held in July, and you know how it is downtown when there's all the cruise ships in there and you're trying to get, I don't know. But so not to, I mean, I really loved, but I would love to work to ask First 40 Feet just to present them with our idea. They're going to be working on their own, you know, as per their contract, but you know, to see how many units could be built up there and still and not destroy the integrity of this neighborhood. So thanks,
Thank
Greg
you.
and Mr. Smith.
All right, see no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Ingalls.
My name's John Ingalls. I'm probably the oldest resident. People don't live there who might be hanging out there a lot. When I first came, I came from a town in Ohio which had no history, and it was so comforting to come to Juneau. And I can remember one of my friends called me from Cleveland. They didn't know my number, but they called up Answer Juneau to get my phone number. And the operator said, well, I can give you his number, but he's not home right now. And I got tremendous pride out of that. It was a wonderful thing. And another thing that was I really enjoyed, we've had a lot of, it's a rough neighborhood. It's not the kindest neighborhood in Juneau. There are a lot of, in the past, there have been a lot of drug deals, all kinds of things like that happening. And I was trying to figure out what I could do to break up these little problem areas where you see obviously a drug deal going on and you want to stop it, but you don't want to call the police and you don't want to do anything like that. So I got an idea one day. I just grabbed a weed whacker and I just start the thing up, and these guys were talking. I just walked right up there and started whacking the weeds, and they left without a problem. There was no argument. I wasn't afraid of being attacked or anything like that. It's been really fun for me to live up there because I feel like I can really exercise my ability to make Juneau a better place. If I think there's things happening that I don't like in the parking garage, I'll walk through the staircase, even though it's awkward, just to try to keep it under control. And I've worked there late at night, so I keep an eye on the neighborhood at night. And it's been a pretty safe neighborhood, I think. And I don't know, I think that one thing you should ask, I know when I first went up there, when I first lived there, I had an interview with Robert DeArmond, the famous Alaska historian. And I told him where I lived. He said, "Oh, do you know about the Webster House?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, it's the oldest house in Juneau." And I thought, great. And I thought about it some more. And then I sort of raised some money to get a plaque to put on the house so that people would know that it was the oldest house. They didn't want it in a location that was very prominent because they didn't want people bugging them too much. But I really think you should ask yourselves, if you decide to tear down the Ed Webster House, the oldest house in Juneau, and possibly the state, probably the state, what is going to be the second oldest house? What house are we going to look to show our kids when this town first formed? Is there a second house anywhere that you can imagine that would replace it? Anyway, I'm done here. I'll give someone else some time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Engel?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I think that is everybody who want to talk on non-agenda items. Just double checking. All right, so I think we can move on to our consent agenda. Are there any public requests for consent agenda changes other than ordinances for introduction? Seeing none, Mr. Smith, you have a conflict that you need to declare?
Which agenda? Excuse me, I may have just missed a piece. Did you just do you did the public request for consent?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm on a summary request for consent agenda changes,
Thank
but
you.
first you
I
have a
do,
conflict.
yes.
Let's start with that
Yeah,
first.
thank you. I wish to declare a conflict of interest. I have previously worked for the Alaskan Kush Company, a local company seeking a marijuana license. It has been a couple of years since I've done work for them, but the attorney advised me that I should still give a conflict of interest. And I believe what we ask is that should the consent agenda be approved, that I am shown as abstaining from that license application.
Thank you. And then do you have a consent agenda change?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I wish to remove item 9, the resolution 3040A, a resolution regarding the allocation of the hotel bed tax from the consent agenda for the purposes of amendment.
Okay, so we will move that to public hearing along with item 8. So any further consent agenda changes from the assembly? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's fun. I move the consent agenda as amended with item 8 and item 9 moved to the beginning of the public hearing. And I request unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, the consent agenda is moved. How is everybody doing? It's been more than an hour. Are we good or do we want to keep moving? Okay, I hear that we want 5 minutes.
So I think,
Yes.
So question in the audience, we pulled item 8 and item 9, and that would be on public hearing. So you will have an opportunity to testify at that time. So first we will go in order. So we're now on public hearing. Item 8, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-39, a non-code ordinance authorizing a cold weather emergency shelter at 1325 East Isle Way.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance exempts the use of 1325 East Isle Way as the cold weather emergency shelter from all requirements and prohibitions of the Land Use Code for 5 years. CBJ has been operating a cold weather emergency shelter during the winter months since 2017 in partnership with various community organizations. The work of emergency sheltering presents numerous challenges that most communities only partially succeed at meeting. Ideally, proactive work and support services exist in sufficient quality and quantity to prevent the need for a true emergency shelter. However, like most communities, we are not there yet. Funding for these services has already been appropriated in the FY23 budget. The city manager recommends the Assembly 1, waive Planning Commission review, 2, introduce this ordinance, and 3, set it for public hearing and the next regular assembly meeting.
Thank you, Madam Manager. So this is the meeting that it's getting introduced. So there will be one more opportunity at our next assembly meeting for testimony, but we can take testimony tonight. So I have Karen Perkins, if you want to come up. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Reverend Karen Perkins. I live in Juneau.
Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying I hadn't really planned to speak tonight because I understood from the agenda that the ordinance was going to be introduced and that a hearing would be set. And so I just didn't know that there would be an opportunity to comment. But I have expressed concerns to the city manager's office about the speed with which this has happened and relative to having the community having an opportunity to participate and make any input. There was a lot of urgency when we took it on the first year, and we still managed to have community hearings and congregational hearings and have go to the Planning Commission and go back to the Planning Commission the next year. And so I am distressed about the fact that this seems to just have been slammed in and be done. And now it's something that has, it's like, okay, we want to deal with the approval of the ordinance, but the shelter has already started. And there was an emergency time-wise in the sense that the weather was starting, but there wasn't an emergency time-wise in the sense that a vetted, prepared, experienced place was available at the time that this site was chosen. And it could not have been in consideration all that long because it, at least unless there was a decision to specifically not let us know that, I applaud looking for another site. But when we had last heard, when Robert got back from vacation with a week left, that the only option was this bus option, and that I don't think anybody thought was desirable. I mean, I don't think anybody thought was desirable. And so we proceeded to work very hard on making the conditions appropriate so that the church could run it this year, so that a proper process could happen. There will be complaints, no matter where you put it. There are going to be people who are upset about it, but to have a place that we know is safe, that we know is experienced, that we know has a lot of training, that we know is available. I mean, I just am very distressed that we would put it someplace that I have major concerns about the safety and actually meeting the purpose of caring for the most vulnerable, and then also, practically speaking, reducing the cost to the community. at a place that is more remote and will likely not be able to serve the same patrons. I just have to say, I get tense about the implication that there were no barriers at Resurrection, because of course there were of course there were rules that prevented any of the outrageous behavior that could not be tolerated. So I really want the proper time to be taken on this.
All right, thank you. Any clarifying questions for Reverend Perkins? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Reverend Perkins, and thank you for what the service you've provided to the community. Well, do all the time with your food pantry and many other things, as well as the cold weather shelter. You had just expressed concern about safety and cost. And could you just elaborate a little bit more on those concerns?
Yes, my understanding is that the purpose of the cold weather emergency shelter is to be a last available option to preserve people from dying of exposure or have any of the other health concerns related to exposure. And that requires that the people who are the hardest to serve and often the lowest functioning be able to easily access the place. And with the location, there is a shuttle service, which is great. And it does sound like they've got another opportunity for people to call a bus. But when people are at their worst is when the emergency shelter is most likely to be their choice. And when they're at their worst, knowing the bus schedule, or I'm really worried about people trying to walk up that road, dark road. And I think that that's just a risk to people. And then the more that people are unable to access a cold weather emergency shelter, the more they're going to be using emergency, go to the ER, the more they're going to be using the police department or the care services, just all these other services that are actually more expensive get used more if the fewer people that need that service get it.
Follow up, Mr. Smith. Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I've listened to this, I've been following the cold weather emergency shelter last year when things were coming up. And you mentioned while you're up here talking that safety was one of the highest priorities. What has been brought it to my attention is the safety of the surrounding neighborhood. That's who doesn't feel safe. So while maybe we're trying to create a safety environment, maybe you could elaborate on maybe the response that the shelter had to the community, because it was the neighbors in the neighborhood that didn't feel safe. And so we don't want to, if you could maybe elaborate on what your organization's response to the neighborhood when they expressed their level of safety concerns to you guys.
Reverend Perkins?
First of all, I think it's unfair to say the neighborhood didn't feel safe. There were neighbors who didn't feel safe and neighbors who experienced problems that I wouldn't expect any neighbor to tolerate, but it wasn't the neighborhood that felt unsafe. Often, if just in general, a shelter is proposed, there will be a lot of concern from neighbors because of anxiety or image about what it's going to do to their neighborhood and what the risks are going to be. The risks are very rarely actually, there are very few risks that are usually borne out. And often the risks are reduced because people have a place to go, to use the restroom, to get out of the cold, to not sleep, or, basically make a mess out of a place that's inappropriate. There are concerns expressed. And I will say that this last year, we had a sudden spike in homelessness, and it happened across the country. So it wasn't just us. And so we weren't equipped for it, and we were managing the best we could. And we really needed additional staff, and we needed a better system for moving people through the emergency shelter into programs that were able to help them go into long-term permanent housing, which is everybody's goal. And so just even moving people through the system became difficult because it's harder to manage and it's harder to know when there's this spike. So there were issues that came up, and we certainly would in planning for this year planned additional staff and ways to reduce the population so that it never did exceed the 50 that we were, or 50 or 60 or whatever that we thought we could handle. And so that we did have help from the city manager's office in coordinating with other organizations if we felt that was a problem. We also shifted a little bit our camera and external security security resources, and tried to plan in somebody who was available during the day to handle the things that come up, because if a neighbor has concerns, we need somebody available during the day to address it. And when you're dealing with a nighttime only service, that becomes tricky. So we were doing, taking a number of steps to prevent and anticipate differently what resources were going to be needed and what safety resources would be in place. We also keep trying to talk to the neighbors. I don't want to not hear from the neighbors, and we always have a line for the neighbors to contact us, which doesn't mean we're able to make everybody happy. But I also think sometimes there's a stereotype or a myth about what happens, that unless you've lived in the same neighborhood, both with a shelter and without a shelter, it's hard to compare what impact really happened or what impact does it feel like happened, and to go beyond. I'm a big fan of data, and to say, okay, what goes beyond the anecdotes and really addresses the reality, because we are looking at the safety of the community. And quite frankly, the church wants to be a good neighbor. I mean, that matters to us a lot, to be a good neighbor.
Reverend Perkins, I'm going to ask you to wind that up.
But we also want, sorry about that, we also want the safety for the staff and the individuals who are using it.
Thank you. And I see no further questions. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Nick Barrick. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Mike.
Yes, my name is Nicholas Barrett. I lived here about 10 years now coming on. And when I moved out here, I actually moved out here for a reason to get better. I served 9 years in the Army, so I was homeless for a good almost 10 years. And the majority of it was spent here. I don't know if you guys ever saw the 30-foot long RV driving around. That was mine. It was purple at one time. But I mean, it's just as difficult living winters in that. And I lived 3 winters in that. And then when Resurrection Church opened up that shelter, thankfully, I never had to utilize it because I did end up getting better. I quit drinking. I have a job. I've done a lot with the church, and they've done a lot to help me as well. And being from Chicago, just like she said, you stumble across so many people. You don't even get to know homeless people. You don't get to know the community. But I got to know the homeless community out here. So when I found out that this happened so abruptly and just kind of quickly, I went out and did the research myself. I went on foot and just found these people. You really only have to go to Glory Hole to find out where the rest of them are. And I asked them, I questioned them. They just weren't happy about it, mainly because they're not going to get the same accommodations, which I've been through a lot of shelters, even in Battle Creek, Michigan, going through the VA, getting better from PTSD. They just weren't happy with the people that were going to be running it and how it just happened so quickly, and they didn't have a voice in it. And those people don't like to talk. They don't really have a voice. So you got to find out for yourself. And that's pretty much all I really had to say with it. I just don't agree with it. I like the way that Resurrection Church is running it. And I think that they should be able to serve the full 5-year or whatever agreement was made. I don't know the exact details that was requested, and permanent solutions are always the best thing to have. And I actually have ideas from multiple shelters that I've stayed in my life that do run very well, but they do take the staff and the security and it's not good to get them out of a community to get them to get better. They have to feel like they're part of a community to get better. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service and congratulations on your sobriety. Any questions for? Let's see, where was it? Mr. Barrett? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Dan Weatherall. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Dan Weatherall, and I live at 11435 Glacier Highway. I have been a member of Resurrection Lutheran Church for 47 years. I want to thank the city manager, Katie Kessler, and the deputy manager, Robert Barr, for their efforts in locating the warming shelter at the Thane Road location. The area is well known to many of the homeless patrons just across from their summer campgrounds. In spite of concerns to the contrary, I believe that this move will provide the best location and adequate space for homeless people. It is much safer for female patrons who will be driven door to door rather than walking long distances down dark side streets to RLC. It is also the beginning of a permanent solution for the homeless, rather than introducing one more year of uncertainty. We believe that everyone involved will ultimately be happy that the homeless are now in good hands and will be taken care of this winter. We hope that the assembly will approve the diligent work their city managers have undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions for Mr. Weatherall? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Miguel Rohrbacher. Hopefully I said that right.
Oh, yeah.
Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Miguel Rohrbacher. I live downtown next to Resurrection Lutheran, and it's an interesting thing being here because the first year of the shelter, my wife and I made the mistake of not commenting to the planning commission because as neighbors and as folks in the community who see issues around homelessness as really a community failure. I think it's something that we're all responsible for. We withheld comment on it because we wanted to give our neighbors a chance to do a good job. And it was an emergency, kind of a planning emergency with the Jack going back to being the Arts and Humanities Council versus being the warming shelter. In the last 3 years, our experience with Resurrection Lutheran has been just very difficult with the impacts of the shelter, including just not as much the patrons, which are experiencing all sorts of things and issues around addiction, mental illness, all those things. Our problem has been with the management of the shelter and the lack of responsiveness on I think legitimate concerns that have come up. So we're really pleased that the city has put some time and money and effort into this. I think it's commendable how fast the city has worked to get this together. And I would just encourage you to look for long-term solutions on this, whether that's at Thane or anywhere else. But I agree, this kind of short-term stopgap thing of having one nonprofit to the next at sites that aren't owned by the city isn't a good solution long-term. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Rohrbacher. So when the nights that the warming shelter was activated or was open, what was, could you maybe just explain to us what the likelihood of you or your family being disrupted, being waken up in the night, having somebody enter into your property? Could you maybe just elaborate a little bit? If the warming shelter was open, what was the likelihood that you would be disturbed and or be impacted? And could you maybe speak to those impacts?
Mr. Rohrbacher.
Very frequently. So between the church and the and our house, which used to belong to the church, we bought from the church, there's a little alleyway there, and inevitably, because it's a shelter of last resort, or at least that's how it's planned to be, people would be underneath our window fighting or having an argument or cutting locks off of bikes or storing building materials, kind of all hours of the night. Having a baby and then an 18-month-old and a 2-year-old being woken up in the middle of the night wasn't appreciated, but it was pretty frequent occurrence throughout the night. We had people trying our windows to see if they were locked. We had a couple instances where somebody walked by and tried our door. We had stolen items on our property that were there, and usually, go talk to patrons of the I would text or call Brad and Karen and ask, hey, this happened, or there's poop and vomit, next to our house, or these different things happened. And one time I think I was told that I was being patronizing, or that, just all sorts of kind of non-responses of, we'll get around to it, or we'll do this, cameras cost money, all these kind of things. But usually I had to solve those things by myself and go talk to patrons gathered outside either in the morning or the evening and ask, hey, whose stuff is this? It needs to go. Or can you ask, so-and-so to not have arguments underneath the window? Probably the most distressing thing for me of the of this whole kind of experience has been there was a series of conditions that the Perkins, that the warming shelter, but run by them, said they would do when they applied to the city, and those were to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood. So I'm speaking to this. So they said they had a public meeting, which they did. They would have a visible and public effort with the assistance of JPD if necessary to move patrons away from RLC and in the morning upon closing each morning. I can say on that there were consistently people both on their property or in our property throughout the day after closure, either just loitering or actively doing drugs and smoking out of tinfoil and all sorts of things next door. Making sure patrons are not loitering around RLC. Again, that condition wasn't met, and isn't
Mr.
something we
Rohrbacher,
did.
do we keep it to the safety?
Absolutely.
Question.
And they said they'd regularly patrol and clean up the area around RLC. Again, it took a lot of back and forth to make sure that was done. And the piece with safety, though, I was curious about why people were staying at the shelter and how that worked. I talked to a gentleman and I asked, why is it that you're staying at the warming shelter versus at the Glory Hall or other services in town? He said, well, I was kicked out of the Glory Hall because I was accused of sexually assaulting another patron while she was under the influence of heroin. He said, so, that's why I'm here. I raised that with Brad Perkins and said, this is a concern of mine. My wife and and daughter live next door. We live right here. And he took the opportunity to kind of badmouth the Glory Hall and why they couldn't work with them. One of the conditions they put was they were going to work with other nonprofits in town in finding housing.
Walker, I'm going to wind you up.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute recess to ask the attorney a procedural question. This was an ordinance for introduction. I was just making sure we were going to do it right, but Ms. Hale is going to lead us down the right path.
Remind me again what you want me to do.
You're done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, because we are doing this somewhat out of order and this was on the consent agenda. So normally when this is introduced, the manager will actually introduce it and talk about it. So I want to just let everyone gathered here know what the city manager's recommendation is, which is city manager recommends that the assembly waive the planning commission review, introduce the ordinance, we're introducing that tonight, and then set it for public hearing at the next regular assembly meeting, which I think is November 13th. So I just wanted to let everybody know that that's the case.
That's your motion.
That is my motion.
Thank you. Any objections? Seeing none, so moved. Okay, next we'll go to item 9. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is resolution 3040, a resolution regarding the allocation of the hotel bed tax.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This resolution would change the current 9% hotel bed tax allocation method and repeal all prior resolutions. The hotel bed tax current resolution allocates revenue 4% to tourism promotion, 3% to Centennial Hall operations, and 2% to Centennial Hall improvements. This resolution moves away from the formulaic split of the hotel bed tax and directs the assembly to provide funding priorities for use of the tax to the city manager at the beginning of each budget year, which should include allocation of the 2% temporary tax to Centennial Hall improvements. The manager will present the budget recommendations based on hotel bed tax revenues and the needs of the community and visitors. This affords the greatest flexibility for the assembly to meet community needs, address the volatility in the revenue stream, and provide greater budgeting stability for Centennial Hall operations and Travel Juneau's tourism promotion. The Assembly Finance Committee reviewed this request at the August 2nd, 2023 and September 6th, 2023 meetings and passed a motion directing staff to prepare this resolution. I recommend the Assembly adopt Resolution 3040.
Thank you, Madam Manager. And we have one person that signed up to testify, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Please
Thank
state
you,
your
Madam.
name and you're representing someone tonight, sir.
Yes, I am. My name's Tom Sullivan. I'm here in the capacity as a board member and treasurer for Travel Juneau. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And gee, can I clear a room? But I want to first start with saying we very much appreciate the staff's work on developing a new process for the hotel bed tax grants. Travel Juneau anticipates that the new process will provide the organization
with greater flexibility over a longer time. A challenge that Travel Juneau has had in the past is the ability to plan initiatives and campaigns that span over fiscal years, often 12 to 24 months into the future. And this resolution appears to reduce and perhaps may even eliminate that challenge. Travel Juneau remains concerned about stability in future years. We appreciate that the resolution as written identifies the need for funding stability for both Travel Juneau and Centennial Hall. We're perhaps a little gray on whether the resolution identifies these two organizations as priority recipients of the hotel bed tax grant funding. That said, Travel Juneau looks forward to being better able to take advantage of long-term opportunities and research, and looks forward to working with the manager's office and the finance director for the next budget cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Any questions for Mr. Sullivan? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Any other member of the public wish to talk about this resolution? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the assembly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move resolution 3040 and I guess object for the purposes of an amendment.
Do your amendment. That was a little awkward, but do your amendment.
Keeping it awkward here. New chair. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I will move amendment 1 and pass some copies out, and then if I may speak to them. Speak to it.
And for the benefit of the newer folks, if we saw this ahead of time, it would probably be a little wiser, just so you know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have this written up. Quite simply, it's a pretty simple amendment to a resolution. So, and sorry if I get preachy or whatever here. I'm just going to try to, provide some background for our new assembly members. Resolutions are different than ordinances. Obviously, we set the funding levels for, well, almost everything in the budget during the budget process, and with a great deal of flexibility on it. The hotel bed tax, as you saw, there's a long history of resolutions and voter initiatives and those type of things regarding hotel bed tax distributions. However, in recent years, it has been unstable and uncertain for Travel Juneau because they are sometimes told one number based on estimates of what hotel bed tax might be. Then they predict a budget, and then we sometimes change that number over time. And it's kind of an interesting, as you can see, I mean, hotel bed tax, it seems almost a little inverse, like hotel bed taxes are good. We give Travel Juneau more money. If they're not doing well, we give them less. In my mind, and in the past, we've actually done it differently. During the pandemic, we gave them more than hotel bed tax numbers would have counted for, because in some cases it would have been very little. And then last year, very high hotel bed tax, we gave them less because it would have been a very significant increase to their funding. The reason for my amendment here, and you can see it here, and I should have probably read what it was. My amendment would amend section 2, page 2 of the ordinance packet, page 22, starting on lines 11. And so after 2019, so I guess it would now change, it would now add, okay, I'm going to just read through it. So it now would change section 2, and it would say intended allocation of 9% hotel bed tax. The City and Borough of Juneau Assembly will provide funding priorities for use of the 9%, and this is existing language, sorry, hotel bed tax to the manager at the beginning of each budget year, which should include allocating the 2% temporary tax to Centennial Hall improvements as expressed by the voters in 2019. My amendment would add the words after 2019, a comma, and say, as well as stable and adequate funding for tourism promotion and Centennial Hall operations. Those two items have historically been funded by hotel bed tax. expect those to continue to be funded by hotel bed tax. They've been supported numerous times by voters to use of hotel bed tax. My simple reason of adding them in is not to say how much they should get. It's to provide direction to the manager when she's setting her budget, that those are priority programs of which the voters and we have supported hotel bed tax use over decades. That is the reason for my amendment. And I move I had moved that amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions on Mr. Smith's amendment before we? Mr. Bryson, question.
Yes, I believe my question is for Manager Kester. Manager Kester, is there a reason why we didn't just put 4% back for Travel Juneau? Or is Mr. Smith's motion or his additional words adequate to provide that stability funding for Travel Juneau, our marketing arm of the city? How are we going to ensure consistent funding to that city department? Manager Kester. That's you.
Let me give a little spiel and then you can answer that. If you recall this discussion, the assembly wanted more freedom in the way they allocated that funding because the funding has seemed to increase greatly. So that's why we no longer split it up by percentages. And with that, I will go with sorry. It's been a while, Mr. Palmer.
It's good to be here. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Mr. Bryson. One of the balancing acts with this resolution is trying to achieve the intent of the assembly, but we can't bind this assembly in the budget cycle. And so the balance here is this resolution would express the intent that the assembly wants money to be allocated in this manner, but ultimately it's your decision when it comes budget season in the springtime to decide exactly how much money is allocated where.
Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't see this amendment as necessary, but I don't see it as hurting anything. It's already covered in the whereases. There is a whereas that says, whereas the assembly desires the ability to provide stable budgeting and meet the needs of Travel Juneau, tourism promotion, and Centennial Hall operations. And I will just reiterate, perhaps for the purposes of our new members, a resolution is not binding. And so that's why on line 10 starts with the word should. So we're saying what we think future assemblies should do. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm not going to vote against it.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. And just again, for our new members during that discussion, the idea was Travel Juneau with Ms. Flick, our finance director, would get together and come up with a budget. And then like some of our other entities, if it was greatly beyond what they budget for, they would have to come back for that increment to us. So anyway, are you raising your hand, Ms. Hughes Candies? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo Ms. Hale. I guess I won't vote against this, but having the word stable on the first page, there's part of me that the whole point of this exercise was to cut the strings. So I don't
I'm
love.
going to pick on you, Ms. Hughes Candy. Is this a question? We're still at the question.
No, Madam Mayor,
Okay.
you had given a snippet of reiteration. So I was giving my own reiteration based on my own memories.
Okay, sorry. Let's go to the question first. So on the amendment, so we're just dealing with the amendment right now. Is there any objection? Because we're seeing none, your amendment passes. Okay, now to the main motion as amended.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move resolution 3040, a resolution regarding the allocation of the hotel bed tax as amended, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, barely though. You're pretty quiet.
I'm just going to object to this resolution. You know, we talked about this in committee. I felt like the whole point of bringing up changing this resolution was to provide more stable funding for affordable housing. And I know we can't bind future assemblies, but I was hoping that we were going to dedicate a portion of these funds to affordable housing moving forward. Instead, what I feel like we've done is let the future of these funds up to whoever the whims of future policymakers. I trust that this assembly will allocate additional funding to affordable housing, but I was hopeful that we were going to actually dedicate a percentage to that so that became a practice. So I will object.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wall, and we can hear you fine now. Any other objection? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you call roll? And for the new people, this is where you say yes or no.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for resolution 3040 as amended, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Scandies,
Oh,
Ms. Wall,
No.
Walla Kidan,
No.
Mr. Bryson,
No.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Atkinson,
yes.
Ms. Hale,
Yes.
and Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion fails, 4 yeas, 5 nays.
All right, I guess we're back to the drawing board on that one.
Madam Mayor, I'll give notice of reconsideration. Thank you.
Do you want that to be immediate? No. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to the rest of our public hearing. Item 16, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2022-06, version B, large letters BA. An ordinance appropriating $2,478,745 to the manager to fund the city and borough of Juneau and Bartlett Regional Hospital's fiscal year 2023 public employees retirement system PERS contribution. Funding provided by the Alaska Department of Administration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $2,478,745 for the state of Alaska's fiscal year 2023, 2.79% PERS benefit rate paid on behalf of the CBJ and BRH distributed as follows: City and Borough of Juneau, 1.228053, Bartlett Regional Hospital, 1.250692. Funding is provided by the Alaska Department of Administration, authorized by passage of House Bill 281 during the 2023 legislative session. This is a housekeeping ordinance to properly account for these on behalf contributions to the state managed retirement fund and has no impact on the CBJ or BRH finances. I recommend simply adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there anybody that wants to testify from the public on this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the assembly. Mr. Bryson.
Madam Mayor, I move the assembly adopt ordinance 2022-06, lowercase b, uppercase BA, an ordinance appropriating $2,478,745. And the rest of what it says, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 17, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-14, version B, and large letter F. An ordinance transferring $264,110 from CIP's W75-048 Back Loop Road, Auk Bay Water Lines, and W75-054 Douglas Highway Water Replacement to CIP R 72-169, 10th F, West 8th Streets reconstruction.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This request would transfer $264,1110 of previously appropriated area-wide sales tax and 1% sales tax funds from 2 completed water CIPs to the 10th F West 8th Streets reconstruction CIP. This project is ongoing and is in need of additional funds due to exponential cost increases from inflation. The Douglas Highway Water Replacement and Back Loop Road Ock Bay Water Line CIPs are complete and in the process of being closed. This transfer of 1% sales tax project funding is consistent with the intent of the 2005 1% sales tax initiative approved by the voters in the October 4, 2005 municipal election. The Public Works and Facilities Committee reviewed this request at the August 28, 2023 meeting. I recommend the Assembly adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Any member of the public wish to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2023-14BF, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Any objections? Seeing none, that ordinance is passed. Item 18, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-14 version B, large letter G. An ordinance transferring $1,853,000 from CIP P 44-090 deferred building maintenance to CIP F 22-027 Juneau Police Department roof replacement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would transfer $1.853 million from the deferred building maintenance CIP to the Juneau Police Department roof replacement CIP. This project funding was allocated to the deferred maintenance CIP in the fiscal year 24 CIP resolution 3016B. The project is scheduled to advertise for bids in mid-November 2023 and will begin construction in summer 2024. This request would transfer funding from the deferred building maintenance CIP to the project for clear financial accounting. The deferred building maintenance CIP will retain sufficient funding for ongoing projects. This transfer of project funding is consistent with the intent of the 2022 1% sales tax initiative approved by voters in the October 4, 2022 municipal election. The Public Works and Facilities Committee reviewed this request at the August 28, 2023 meeting. I recommend the Assembly adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Atkinson. Take a stab at it.
I move that the Assembly adopts ordinance 2023-14 lowercase b uppercase G and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection?
Can I object for the purpose of a question or maybe a few questions? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ask the
All right.
question.
I apologize. Being new, I'm not fully up to speed on the background of this. Would I be able to ask Ms. Kester what material, how old is the current roof and what materials is it currently made out of, or would we have that information available?
So the question is, how old is the roof and what materials is it made out of?
Right. Well, thank you for that question. Let's see. I believe the roof, I want to say it's like 25 years old. I know that the roof material is not adequate for this climate, which is one of the reasons why we're replacing a little bit ahead of schedule. This is a project I'm familiar with, but it's been a while. So if anyone else has detail that would help Assemblymember Kelly.
Thank you. And sorry, I didn't give you advance warning of that question.
Mr. Bryson might have an answer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kelly, this was the exact question that we asked in Public Works and Facility. The building was built in 1999 and it's just coming up for where we're at.
Yeah. So it's, yeah, it's its turn, in other words. That's what you're saying. All right. Do you have another question?
Just one more. Do we have any plans for what materials the new roof will be made out of?
Ms. Kester.
I do not off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to follow up with their body after checking with Chief Architect.
All right, I appreciate that. And with that, I'll remove my objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 19, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-14, version B, large letter L. An ordinance appropriating $312,500 to the manager as funding for the ramp improvement capital improvement project. Funding provided by Airport CARES Act funding.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $312,500 of Airport CARES Act funding for the ramp improvement CIP. This funding would support the construction of a new remain overnight large aircraft parking ramp, rehabilitate deteriorating pavement for large and commercial aircraft parking ramps, repair failing ramp drainage and catch basins, and upgrade ramp lighting. This funding would contribute to the local match requirement for grant funds appropriated under ordinance 2022-06BI. The airport board reviewed this request at the June 8, 2023 meeting. I recommend the assembly adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Any member of the public wish to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the assembly adopt ordinance 2023-14 BL, an ordinance appropriating $312,500 to the manager as funding for the ramp improvement capital improvement project, funding provided by Airport CARES Act funding, and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance is approved. Item 20, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, this is ordinance 2023-14, version B, large letter M, an ordinance appropriating $213,506 to the manager for the terminal construction capital improvement project. Funding provided by Airport CARES Act funding.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $213,506 of Airport CARES Act funding for the terminal construction improvement CIP. This funding would provide for the replacement tiles in the suspended ceiling, which was a component of the reconstruction of the Juneau International Airport Terminal. Funding is provided by previously received Airport CARES Act grant funding. The airport board reviewed this request at the April 14, 2022 meeting. I recommend the assembly adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, bring it back to the assembly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our motions here, let's see. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I thought we were on a different one. I'm sorry. Ordinance. I move ordinance 2023. I was making fun of the new people for going to mess up their ordinance, and look who did. Or I move ordinance 2023-14 BM, an ordinance appropriating $213,506 to manager for the terminal construction capital improvement fund project, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance is approved. All right, I know there's people waiting for the Docks and Harbor. We'll take a quick 10-minute break because I know this is going to be a lengthy discussion.
Yeah.
Omnibus rate increase of 9%.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, you doing this one? Okay.
After the fiscal uncertainties caused by the pandemic, the Docks and Harbors Board hired a consultant to conduct a rate study, which was completed in September 2022. The rate study recommended a 9% increase to Docks and Harbors fees. The board then engaged in a broad public process that included open house events, notices in local media, notices at CBJ facilities, notices in social media, and flyers. The board held a public hearing on October 4, 2023 to avoid conflicting with the summer boating season, which also enabled companies involved with tourism to participate. Docks and Harbors received public comments. After considering the public comments and evaluating the consultant's recommendation, the board approved raising most fees 9% effective January 2024. Notably, the board recommended raising the monthly moorage fee over 3 years to 9%. Instead of at one time, because the moorage fee affects nearly all harbor users. In addition to the 9% increase, various fee provisions also give the board authority to adjust the fees in 2024 based on changes to the consumer price index. I recommend the Assembly approve the regulations. However, if the Assembly wants to do something else, CBJC 0160260 and Attorney Palmer can provide other options.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, we do have members of the public that wish to testify, and we will start with, let's see here, Clayton Hamilton, if you would come up. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Clayton Hamilton, Douglas. I use the Douglas in downtown Harbors. The motion you're being presented with tonight treats the enterprises, the two enterprises, a single enterprise, which is fine. We can look at it that way. But then you'll see if you look at that rate study, that HDX rate study, that the cost drivers are from the dock side. And so if that is the case, and this is a single enterprise, and the harbor users are contributing more than their share, and the dockside users are not. Alternately, if we look at this as two separate enterprises, which in fact they are, well, then why are we talking about harbors at all? I quote Mr. Yucatil, the harbors have been solved. The harbor enterprise has been solvent for the past 12 years with revenues exceeding expenditures. We're still in the black. The rate goes up every year with the adjustment, the CPI adjustment. And at this point in time, it's irresponsible to raise rates at this point on harbor users. Yeah, so the solution, both cases, move forward on the dock rate fee raises and leave the harbor rate raises alone. I'm going to give you some very abbreviated comments from a public house this summer. We already have the most expensive harbor in Southeast. The downtown moorage is higher than the next highest, which is Sitka, and which is about 1.46 times the Southeast average as I configure it for annual moorage. The Statter Harbor is at 2.4 times the Southeast average for annual moorage already. Similarly, we charge more for services, more for our grid, twice as expensive as the next place, more for our labor, more for our loading ramp, you name it. I would like to suggest that we do not think of the enterprise as a for-profit thing. It is a public utility. Vital transportation utility. Speaking selfishly, I know the fishing fleet spends a lot of money on good and bad years. We are an important local driver, and I want some credit for it. We already have a CPI adjustment, as I said. The harbor is a regional hub. This is important infrastructure for more than just our town. It's an important fishing community, even though we're outshadowed by a lot of the other industries here. And we're driving away businesses already. I just spoke to a young man from Juneau who can't afford to work out of Statter Harbor right now. He had to hang it up in October because his business can't afford to work out of Statter Harbor. I know people that have moved to Pelican. I know people that have moved to Haines. It's happening right now. I'd like to also speak about the public process, which was deficient. The moving target of the meeting date, it changed, I believe, 3 times. Some of the Zoom links, myself included, I've gotten dud Zoom links to some of these meetings. The open house comments you will not see in that packet. There were 2 liveaboard comments that I particularly heard, both of whom expressed being on fixed incomes. You don't get that information. Somehow that was not recorded. I know of other skippers, elder fishermen in the fleet Their comments given to the harbor office are not recorded. You have not gotten those comments. Yeah, tonight there are more people that couldn't make the Zoom meeting. Finally, and this isn't really my battle, but I do want to talk about the liveaboards. You are landlords. The city of Juneau is one of the largest landlords in town, and raising the rates on this part of the harbor population is going to directly impact housing and homelessness in our city. If we jack up the rates here, we're just going to see more people in buses and RVs in the parking lots. So please don't do this. Please take this for further consideration at your level. Move ahead on the dock fee increases because those are where the cost drivers come from, and leave local users alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hamilton? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hamilton, you said earlier that the cost drivers were on the dock side and or more of the cost drivers are on the dock side. Or I'm sorry, I'm not probably capturing exactly what you said, but anyway, that the more cost drivers on the dock side versus the harbors. Could you expand or tell us why you?
Yes, I can. And I could actually pull out Mr. Yucatel's letter, which talks about some of these drivers, namely the rapidly growing insurance liability cost, which is not coming from our harbors. Our harbors aren't growing. So that we now have a $400,000 insurance bill every year. You can't blame that on harbor users. You know, I think it's very misleading to talk about them as two separate enterprises and then stick the bills on both. And if they are one enterprise, then we need to be a lot more clear about how we do it. And if they're two separate enterprises, then why are we talking about harbor rates at all? You know, additionally, some personnel costs are conflated between the two, and some of the I don't know, the first thing that comes to mind is the boom truck, but some of these you know, actual assets are conflated between the two enterprises as well.
Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I'm curious how you knew to come testify today. Just curious how the word about the decision being made tonight was circulated, or how you came about knowing to show up to testify.
Mr. Hamilton?
I've been spending a lot of my own time and effort trying to keep abreast of this process. Frankly, it's been rather difficult with the moving dates. I actually sent a letter out to the fishing fleet of town, all the permit holders here in town, and have been trying to get the word out to other people to come and comment, to try to do the public outreach that I feel like the harbor ought to be doing. After I sent my letter out, they made a brochure which attempted to address some of my concerns and change the meeting date. And after, well, it's just been a long process, but I've been involved as I can be this whole time.
I think the specific question was, how did you know to testify tonight?
I called Tina Larson, the harbor administration officer, and asked for specific details.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. I apologize, I can't read the next name. Todd starts with a B from Douglas. It's not your handwriting, it was the pen. The pen seemed to have died in the middle of your name. Can you state your name and area of town you live in for the record? And you have 3 minutes.
Todd Bailey, North Douglas Highway, fishing vessel Arit,
Closer to my.
fishing vessel Arit, gill net and crab. And I just wanted to speak in opposition to the rate increase for the harbor. Seconding a bunch of what Clayton said. It just seems like the city should be trying to encourage more boats, more fishing permits, because they get the benefit of the landing tax, and it's seems like it's been getting more difficult to use the harbors, especially the Statter Harbor, since there's no longer free parking across from Squires, it's even more expensive to use it. And it just it seems like the more cruise ship traffic comes to especially Statter area, the more difficult, or seems like it would be to ask the harbor users to subsidize the dock side. It doesn't seem fair. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Shane Kraus. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Shane Kraus, Douglas. Myself, my wife, and 2 children have been harbor customers and residents since 2019. I currently moor a 42-foot sailboat and the 60-foot retired Forest Service vessel Sitka Ranger in Douglas Harbor. I am a former Port of Friday Harbor in Washington State leasing manager. I was responsible for CPI and appraisal-based rate adjustments. I do support raising the docks fees paid by tourism and foreign cruise ship lines. They take too much from Juneau and they need to start giving back more. I am here to speak out against raising the harbor's rates that affect local boaters and locally owned businesses. This consultation that resulted in the proposed 9% fee increase is flawed. You're combining 2 supposedly separate enterprises, each with a multitude of rates, which should have resulted in a wide variety of recommendations. Instead, we have a single arbitrary number. Ask yourselves, how did this happen? Is it an impartial and fair market rate? Juneau's harbors are already the most expensive in Southeast. The director has stated in no uncertain terms that Docks and Harbors has remained solvent for 12 years. The director has justified the mortgage rate increase as not harming local businesses based on, in his words, healthy wait lists, which were largely due to Aurora Harbor not being completed. Yet he has proposed other large projects that offer no real benefit to Harbor's customers and looks the other way on waste, such as rampant public abuse of the harbor dumpsters. They have also done nothing effective to combat crime in Douglas Harbor, including theft, break-ins, and drugs. The harbor's fees are already above market and should not be raised at this time. Locals are already paying more than their fair share. If you want to increase revenue, finish Aurora Harbor first and keep the rates down so you can actually fill it. Additionally, Docks and Harbors did not do an effective job on informing and engaging their customers, as I personally found most were not even aware of the proceedings. Clayton already mentioned this. I did witness unusable Zoom sessions, lack of attendance to events and meetings, rescheduled meetings, delayed meetings due to technical issues in this very room, and a locked entrance door after the October 4th meeting began. Not after it was completed, after it began. I went outside and couldn't get back in. Not all public comments were recorded as they should have been. The first open house had 2 attendees, myself and an individual I personally recommended join. The second had better attendance, but mostly people I also personally informed of that meeting. Lastly, raising certain rates in the staggered fashion over multiple years results in a higher end rate. CBJ staff attempted to clarify this at the October 4th meeting and was met with blank faces. My son in 5th grade is already covering compounding calculations of percentages. Yet that board couldn't understand it. This needs to be reconsidered and reevaluated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kraus? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we have Max Stanley. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Max Stanley. I live in downtown Juneau. I'm a commercial and recreational user of the docks and the harbors. And I've been following this issue a little bit in the last few weeks, and it's completely warranted, it seems, to need to increase revenue generation for docks and harbors. Operational expenses are up, and there's capital projects that are coming down the line that harbor users want and need. The source of the revenue should be the question, though. I would suppose that much of Juneau would support this extra revenue coming from those with the ability to pay most, and that is the large vessels, the cruise ships, and those vessels over 200 feet. It seems that for these operations, mortgage increase is a pretty minor expense. The large vessel industry, I'm sure, will push back on this and saying they can't afford an increase or it will reduce the number of visitors. But given the record season we just had in 2023, this seems unlikely. I don't think that line of reasoning gets the large vessel industry that far with the oil companies, another supplier of theirs, and a lot of traction that when the price of a barrel of crude goes up in price, that they won't want to pay because then they'll sell less oil. Juneau also provides a service that the large vessels need, and they will pass this on to their customers. I understand there are structural issues currently with the docks and harbor funds and rate setting, but those I imagine can be addressed. I ask that the Docks and Harbors Board and the Assembly reconsider where this required revenue comes from. Large vessels use our community, and it is fair for the residents of Juneau to benefit from this use. Holding Docks and Harbors rates the same for residents and increasing revenue from large vessels is a direct way for the people of Juneau to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Stanley? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. And we have the Port Director, Mr. Yukotel here, and the Docks and Harbors Chair, Mr. Etheridge here. If we have questions, let's start with questions first. Who has questions? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my first question is, it does seem interesting to me that the proposed rate increases just is 9% across the board, whether they're two separate enterprises. So if Mr. Yukotel or someone could just talk to me a little bit about cost increases being covered appropriately. It just, yeah, anyway, and why the rate is the same for both. Thanks.
Mr. Yukotel.
The Mayor, Mr. Smith. So essentially, the genesis of the rate study was we went through a pandemic. Our docks enterprise was running in the red for a couple of years. Went through a very deliberate process. The board agonized on whether to hire a consultant. We eventually did hire a consultant. The consultant looked at all the needs and requirements, and their recommendation was 9% across both enterprises. The board also felt that that was equitable to have, instead of seeking one user group over another, that it was fair to just establish a 9% increase for both the docks and harbors enterprise. So we had needs for the docks enterprise, and we also had needs, continue to have needs in the harbor enterprise.
Follow up, Mr. Smith.
Yeah. Okay. I think I track you a little bit, I guess, but that the addition of this 9%, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, is supposed to add around $700,000 a year, correct? And that's kind of to like account for the capital improvements that have happened over the last 40 years or something like that. Am I right there?
Mr. Yukotel.
Through the mayor, Mr. Smith. So the way the consultant looked at it is they looked at our overall I'll say our infrastructure portfolio and said should basically try to recapitalize 2.5% of your enterprise on an annual basis. So that is what achieved a 9% rate that was recommended in the report, broadly speaking.
Okay. I have some others, but
You have to wait your turn.
yeah, I'm happy to do that.
I have Ms. Hale and then Ms. Wall. Ms. Hughes Candies, do you have a question? Ms. Hale.
Thank you. Following up on the 9% question then from the consultants, did the consultants recommend a 9% increase on both docks and harbors, or is that just something that the board kind of worked through and figured out to do it that way? Did that also come from the consultants?
Mr. Yukatel.
Through the mayor, deputy mayor Hale, that the recommendation from the HDR consultants was 9% on both the docks enterprise and the harbor enterprise, both.
Thank you. And I have a separate question.
You have to wait.
Oh, okay, I'll wait.
You can do a follow-up, but if it's a different question, you have to wait.
Question.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is about the 9% on mortgage fees. If I'm reading this correctly, it's instead of being a one time, it's 9% this year, it's going to be 3% and then 3% and then whatever whatever it is, the third year, instead of 9% on January 1st of this year. Was that decision by the board made kind of in response to the input they were getting, or has that been the plan for some time?
Mr. Yukatel.
Through the mayor, Ms. Wall, so that was a board decision that was made at the public hearing on October 4th, and the board elected to take the mortgage fee, which is broadly speaking affects most of our harbor patrons, and they thought it was fair to break that up into 3 years, and it's broke. So it's 9% over 3 years, being 3% starting in January 2024, 3% in 2025, and 2.8% in 2026. So that was after hearing public input. That was the decision the board made at the public hearing.
Follow up, Ms. Wall. All right, Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks for being here, Mr. Yukatel. Staying on everybody's favorite number, the 9%. I think you used the word, or you said something along the lines of the board thought that was equitable to put 9% increase on both enterprises. And I understand that's what HDR recommended as well. I'm just wondering, in that conversation, there's obviously a variety of things that you can charge fees for within those. There are also, rolling up the other way, different costs generated by the different enterprises. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to a little bit about what that conversation was like, or if it was even part of their conversation, what the different costs generated by the two enterprises were when they were considering whether to do a flat 9 on both.
Through the mayor, Ms. Hughes-Candies, I would say that the HDR report was more focused on revenue side as opposed to expenditure side. So we didn't really have the discussion, what would it look like if we closed the Aurora Harbor office, for example, or what if we shut down some facilities. So that discussion was not part of the HDR study. So at 9%, I want to be clear that what the board thought it was equitable to charge the same for the harbor users as well as the cruise ship dock users. So as opposed to picking and choosing winners and losers, that it was more equitable to keep it the same across all of our fee structures.
And now we're looking for second round questions. Mr. Smith and then Ms. Hale.
Thanks. And if I missed it earlier, I apologize. I guess, and maybe it's similar to what Ms. Hughes-Candies was just asking, and if it's the same answer, you can just tell me that. But I guess, are the cost causers the cost payers with this 9%? Like, are anyway, I guess maybe that's the best way I can phrase it. I think more words wouldn't help, but.
Mr. Yukatel.
Through the mayor, Mrs. Smith. So on the dock side, we don't have it. We are not raising enough money to cover our expenditures. So we also apply for marine passenger fees this past year. Maybe because of the volume this year, we haven't seen the end of the fiscal year results yet, but that was marine passenger fees help with our staffing. So that's on the harbor side, the dock side. On the harbor side, what was driving a lot of our costs as we went through this very deliberate process, starting during the pandemic, looking at the UAS property increase. Okay, so we had the lease with the UAS. It was going to be $230,000 a year from $12,000. How are we going to accommodate that? Again, as the assembly knows, we ended up finding a $100,000 solution, which is still an order of magnitude more than what we were paying before. So I guess I could say, well, the cost driver for that is it's commercial users mostly. I mean, there's sailboats, but there's also who uses the boatyard, for example. That's a cost driver. The other cost that we saw was a 280% increase in our insurance. That goes both to the docks enterprise as the harbor enterprise, just like our what's called our interdepartmental fees, our local, I'll call it the tax to CVJ. And so that's evenly apportioned between both the docks enterprise and the harbor enterprise. The harbor enterprise actually runs about $5 million of revenue. The harbor, if I want to correct myself, $5 million is about the revenue we collect from the harbors, 2.5 from the docks. Although our insurance and our interdepartmental are basically the same. So we do lean, that's a benefit to the harbors enterprise that they're sharing the same amount of interdepartmental fees. So we do look as we can with our revenue to move money into the harbor enterprise as best we can.
Ms. Hale, then Mr. Bryson, do you have a question?
Thank you. It's a follow-up on the insurance question. So I think you just said that we pay insurance for docks and harbors and we split that 50-50 to docks, 50 to harbors. Do you have any idea if we tried to get that insurance separately, which one would be more expensive, or is there any way of kind of sussing that out? I guess I'm trying to figure out, are docks in effect subsidizing harbors in that case or vice versa?
To the mayor, deputy mayor, I suppose we could tease that out. I would say we probably have a lot more risk with smaller boats in the harbors. I mean, essentially we have 2 arrivals per day for 180 days a year. And if something were to happen to our docks with the 2 vessels, we know our customers there, we would certainly be able to, achieve collection from those. Whereas the 1,200 slips, the 3,000 boat launch permits we issue, I don't want to guess the number of just people using our harbors. There's a great deal of risk insurance wise for damage and oil pollution. And so, I mean, I would have to ask the risk manager exactly through their broker what the exact costs are, but I would think there's more risk with the harbors, certainly personnel risk with loss of life, and I think there's more risk in the harbors than there is with the docks, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, follow up, Ms. Hale, and then Ms. Wall, I see your hand.
Okay, thank you. And this is about insurance as well. We've talked a lot about insurance in this room because insurance has gone up everywhere across all of our enterprises and the schools, et cetera. So the insurance increases that you've seen, have these, as far as you know, mirrored what other departments and parts of the city have also seen.
Through the mayor, deputy mayor, I have not asked those questions. Maybe I have. And I think the insurance is set at the value of the property that you maintain. So docks and harbors, we have the third most valuable infrastructure. So Juneau School District has the most, I think at about 34%, and then water and wastewater have the next most valuable infrastructure, and then it's docks and harbors. And so it kind of teases out in that direction what are by the value of your infrastructure, that's what you pay into the insurance. And if anybody wants to correct me from my colleagues, I'm willing to be trained.
Apparently not. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am hoping, Mr. Yucatel, you could maybe color the discussions of the board. I know they worked a long time on this, but I, wasn't there to see kind of what issues they were grappling with. Were there, and there's kind of broad representation on your board of different user groups. Was there folks that, wanted to distribute the increases differently between user groups? Were most of these votes unanimous? You want to speak a little bit to that?
Mr. Yucatel.
The mayor was Ms. Wall. What I'll say is back in 2021, we actually were going through looking at some rate increases. My recommendation when we saw this rate increase coming from the UAS and other challenges, and staff got together, and my recommendation to the board was to double the liveaboard rate. That is a rate that we know uses a lot of resources, both docks and harbors staff time as well as facilities. That recommendation did not leave the Docks and Harbors board. The board shot that down. That never came in front of the assembly. There was also a request in May 24th of 2021 to double the rates on the cruise ship docks for the dockage fees and what's called the port maintenance fees. And again, we brought that to the assembly, and the assembly shot that down as well. So we were looking to mitigate some of those needs back then. So that was back then after kind of the failed attempts with the board. The board spent several months on just looking with a fine tooth comb at our revenues and expenditures, and a lot of debate on whether to hire a consultant. The board finally said, we're going to hire a consultant. We went out with an RFP, selected HDR. So that brought us to the process, and I'm getting to your question, Ms. Wall. At the throughout the process where we've had outreach, advertised as best we can using the medias that we have, including Facebook and our newsletter and being on Action Line and other forums. We had presentations, we had trifolds, we had white papers, and at the I'll say at the October 4th meeting, every resolution, every item was unanimous. I'm looking at, there might have been one holdout, but for the most part, the board was very united on 9% for all the fees for both enterprises. There really wasn't an appetite to raise rates on the liveaboard side. there wasn't an appetite to do anything other than be consistent. We thought that the board thought that that was the fairest way to proceed, but the board was pretty united. I think maybe there was maybe one of the 26 resolution changes that there was a 6-1 vote. I can't remember how many assembly member or how many board members were there, but maybe there's only one where there wasn't a unanimous consent.
All right, then we have Mr. Bryson and then Ms. Hughes Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming this evening, Mr. Yucatel. I had notes from the September, August, and July meeting where this 9% raised was discussed at all three meetings. One of the questions that I had is, while Harbors does take in enough money to cover all of your annual expenses, but could you maybe answer how that is separate from capital investment? So just if you could just explain that, Mr. Utel.
Mr. Yucatel.
Through the mayor, Mr. Bryson, and maybe for the new assembly members, I guess I could back up a bit and say, when we talk about the two enterprises, the docks enterprise and the harbor enterprise, we have historically firewalled those two so that they're separate. They're separate fund balances. We do not mix. We have our personnel separated from those two enterprises. But for one more time, Mr. Bryson, Lori.
Covered expenses.
Okay.
Harbor, asking about capital expenses.
Right. So basically what we do on an annual basis is we try to be frugal enough that we can save money and put it into our fund balance. So on an annual basis, as an enterprise, we're required for our revenues to exceed our expenditures. And we've done so successfully for, I'll say, more than a dozen years. The one exception was for the docks enterprise during the pandemic. We had 2 years of diminishing revenues. But our vision is that we continue to charge sufficiently that we can build a fund balance where we can then take that fund balance and leverage that in other grant opportunities. So we do not, for Mr. Kelly and Ms. Atkinson, our budget is not funded by sales tax or property tax on an annual basis. We can compete for the 1% sales tax every 5 years, which we have successfully. But what we try to do is build that fund balance so that we can be successful in federal and state grants. So that coming up right now, we have less than $2 million in our harbors fund balance, about 1.7 in our docks fund balance. So really, when you look at we have about $250 million in infrastructure, and we only have about 3.7 million in savings in our fund balance. And so, for example, the things that we want to do and the vision of Chair Jeff Etheridge is we want to build things for the fishing community. So we've got an application in for a drive down float at Aurora Harbor through a PIDP program. But the board has also committed to $500,000 of match money. We also have a need for the recapitalization of our breakwater out to Statter Harbor. That's an Army Corps of Engineers responsibility for groins, jetties, and breakwaters. But there's match money that's required locally, and our match is 1.5 million. So again, between what we're committed to the PIDP grant, what we've committed to recapitalizing the breakwater, that already burns through what we have in fund balance. So again, the need to find new revenue, and we're nimble, we try to be innovative. And so that's where we're at with the 9%, that we believe that we need that 9% to continue to recapitalize our needs. We do have, back to leveraging grant money, that the the 1% sales tax initiative a year ago. It has $5 million for Aurora Harbor. And tonight you got the assembly of this body approved a full funding, or I'm sorry, recommends the legislature to fully fund the Alaska Municipal Harbor Grant Program. If that's fully funded, we'll get our $5 million match from the state. We'll have a $10 million project, and then we'll still need 1.5 million from someplace. I'll figure that out once we get the grant to rebuild the last part of Aurora Harbor. So we're there, but we have to be smart with our resources. And so the 9% will help in that endeavor.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two last ones for me, but I'll just do one unless you tell me to do
I don't
two.
see anybody raising their hands. You might get away with two, and then I'll ask a question.
Okay. I wanted to ask, and you reiterated that despite various conversations we've had over my time here, should we treat them as two separate enterprises? But we do, and we firewall things, as you said. So in the insurance costs, you elaborated that, you quote that together. And I suspect maybe there's other things. It sounds like interdepartmental fees you are doing together, not as separate for harbors or separate for docks. And I'm looking to see if other staff make faces that indicate that they do. But do you feel like separate from those, you could easily say, this is my list of harbor expenditures, or these are the cost drivers here, even though that's not what this focused on, and these are the docks costs? So you could go back in time and say, here's what the expenses are, and this is what they've been doing over time, if you wanted to dig into it, or if we wanted to dig into it.
Through the mayor, Ms. Hughes Candice, yes, we could do that.
Okay.
And I think we typically do. At the end of the year, we always know what our expenditures are for docks, what the expenditures are for harbors. And so that is something that happens with our end of year budget. You mentioned something I would like to take the opportunity to talk a little bit more about is, this firewalling the two. As an example, and one of the things that the board discussed was during the pandemic, we had to pull money from our fund balance to pay for those losses when there was no cruise ship. Had we had commingled the two funds and operating that way, somebody in the harbors could say, look, you're taking harbor money and subsidizing the cruise industry. And so by having them firewalled, at least for the pandemic, it makes it somewhat cleaner and doesn't appear that we're subsidizing with harbors money. If anything, with this discussion about interdepartmental fees and insurance fees, that really we're kind of hedging our bet towards the harbors, giving the harbors a better deal. But it's what we think is right for the community.
Right. Thank you. And then just one other one, different topic. If you could tell me if you remember, a couple of the people who testified tonight talked about for some of our fees, some of our harbors fees specifically being highest in the region, or 2 times the average on this, or 1.5 times higher than the next one below it. Did that come up? I don't have, of course, the right study in front of me, but do you, among the board level, when it got to post open house, was that part of the discussion? And
through the mayor, Hughes Candice, what I'll say is it's in the documents. I think Sitka is probably a reasonable harbor to use. I don't know if you want, you got to be careful about how you compare apples to apples. Not, we have a saying in the harbor community, you've seen one harbor, you've seen one harbor. So I'm not going to compare us to Craig or whatever, but I think Sitka is a reasonable comparison. And so on the Sitka website from July 2022, they are saying that their rate per month per linear foot is $4.64 per linear foot per month. And our latest fee in July of 2023 after a CPI adjustment was $4.97. So this is Sitka, $4.64 to $4.97 per linear foot per month. And that is for the downtown harbor. So our downtown harbor has a different rate than our Statter harbor. If somebody, and then if a patron downtown would pay in advance 12 months, it would get a 10% discount. And the downtown rate would be cheaper than the Sitka rate. I'll also say that the transient moorage in Sitka is $1.44 per linear foot for vessels up to 80 feet. And for CBJ harbors, both downtown and Statter Harbor, it's 66 cents per linear foot. So they're twice the linear foot per day for transient moorage. Yes, our Statter Harbor is high, and I can go into that if there's a question, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so just kind of reiterate, because we've been at this for a little bit. The revenue and the expenditures are neutral. You're looking for extra money to do capital projects. Is that kind of a nutshell statement?
Mayor, I will say, and it's a true statement to say, we are not broke. We manage a good department. We've been in the black for harbors. We need more revenue on our fund balance so that we can continue to finish off the infrastructure that needs to be done in Aurora, at Statter Harbor. If we want improvements to, well, I'll say the Statter Harbor, as I mentioned, there's a $1.5 million local match for just a study. And then we're going to have to come up with 20% of a $50 million project at some point, but one step at a time. But we are going to need more money in our fund balance to get what the community wants and desires. And that's not, I'm ignoring the needs of our launch ramp community as well, which we know is very important. And that's an issue that the Chair Etheridge and the board want to tackle.
Okay, then you might need to get some help from your attorney here in a second. I know that you guys try and keep their distinct, separate and a firewall between, but let's just take insurance for an example. Could docks pay more than harbors on that particular thing, or is there a legal reason not to? Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think there's probably some analysis that could happen. I can't tell you right now if that split is close enough to good or if it can be made better. The underlying kind of division background here for you is that, recall when we had the lawsuit with the cruise line industry, we learned through that process, and we have an order from a judge that required us to keep the two funds separate because fees that are charged to ships on the docks have to be returned as some sort of service to those docks or those ships in general. And so because we don't commingle harbors with the docks downtown, we have to keep the two funds separate, but there's probably an opportunity to evaluate options for, the shared costs that Mr. Yucatelis described tonight.
Yeah, I remember that the marine passenger fees have to stay to the dock, but I didn't realize the moorage fees had to stay to the dock also. Okay, makes sense. All right, Mr. Smith.
Thanks. Just one more. I mean, this is obviously a complex thing, and I completely passionate for docks and, or, understanding for docks and harbors needing to cover costs and pay for their, their enterprise funds and generate the revenues to be able to do the capital improvements and things, but definitely sympathetic towards it is, some of these costs do impact housing. Sorry, my question is, I didn't see in the rate study where they were comparing cruise ship dockage fees to other communities. Was that looked at or not?
Mr. Yukato.
Through the mayor, Ms. Smith, no, where, the short answer is no, they did not look at other rates, at other locations. And I'll say part of it was because, when we tried to raise rates, this body told us not to.
Yes, if you recall, that was a tourism manager prerogative. So she's working with the industry on the rates on those docks. Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Your comment raises a question, and was surprised by Mr. Yucatel's answer, because I feel like the last time we had the tourism manager here, or one of the times, I had asked about raising rates on our dockage and had been told to wait for the results of the rate study, which was ongoing because Docks and Harbors already had one going. So is that a misunderstanding between myself and the tourism manager, or is she doing her own rate study?
I will speak and then we'll let Ms. Kester correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, she wanted to wait for the rate study here because that was going to be probably a small percentage. And then she was going to try and do the best after that to see what the rate should be after that, keeping in mind that it's a proprietary number. So the private docks aren't going to tell her exactly how much they charge, but I would suspect you will see a much bigger increase here shortly, but we as a body asked her to be in charge of that rather than Docks and Harbors. And Ms. Kester can add anything to that. Questions all over now. Are we straying from where we need to be because we are at 10:15 tonight? So, okay, Ms. Hale.
This is just a comment, and I don't know if that's okay, but I just wanted to comment on the assembly kicking the rate increase back to Docks and Harbors, which I think you mentioned did happen in 2021. My recollection of that is we felt that there was insufficient public process, and that it just kind of happened and came out of the blue. And so my recollection of that is that's why we kicked it back. And then Docks and Harbors Board followed up with the public process that we're looking at now.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this for the attorney. Mr. Attorney, what are our different options in terms of addressing regulation, and is another option tabling them for a month? And if that is an option, I'd have a follow-up for Mr. Yucatel, because I know he's a business.
Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Smith, I don't have a great answer for you on tabling, and I'll tell you why here in a second. So our code binds the assembly in an unusual way for regulations, that it's not bound on traditional legislation like resolutions and ordinances. So our code says that if you have been presented with a topic, so a regulation, and you don't take up consideration of that item, then it automatically is approved tonight. So presumably tabling might mean it's automatically approved tonight, which defeats the purpose of tabling, which is a little complicated. The other option is what the manager recommended, to approve this tonight. The other two options are a little different. So if you disapprove of the regulation package tonight, you have two options. You can state your general concerns as feedback to Docks and Harbors Board, but you can't state specific conditions that you want them to change. If you want to specifically change something, then you would need to direct me to bring back the regulations as a resolution. And then if you want to have further discussion on the committee, you could do that with a resolution.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we out of question time and into statement time?
We're right now at question time still in case, but
Thank
we're
you.
almost there. Any further, Mr. Smith?
A follow-up. So my issue is not that I don't think this is anyway, I'm not certain on what to do and therefore I want more time, but I don't know how I get more time.
Mr. Attorney, how do we get more time?
Yeah, if you want more time, the simplest way would be to direct me to come back to you with a resolution. You could have an ordinance if you want a two-step process, but a resolution gets you there as well.
All up there.
Mr. Smith.
And then, so that would be drafted and could be introduced in November. And then should it be approved or adopted, those things would take effect. How soon? I'm just trying to think of the January 1, probably a need to do something by then.
Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, thank you. So if you adopted a resolution, in general, they're effective immediately. However, you could specify a date if you want to bump that further out.
Madam Mayor, one more.
One more question.
Thank you. Mr. Yucatel, you obviously have it's important that these things are in play by January 1, and then there's a time to notify your numerous customers. I'm just wondering. Yeah. When do you need, you want them to know now and soon is better. I get that, but can November 13th work?
To the mayor, Mr. Smith, I will say that the fees starting 1 January is fairly arbitrary. So as much as it pains me to say, yeah, it could slide, I don't know what more information the board or myself can bring before this body. We've been doing this for 3 years. We think sure, it's an imperfect process, but my staff and I have beat the bushes to try to get as much public testimony as possible. And there's been nothing hidden. It's been more than transparent. So I guess if it doesn't happen on 1 January or if something else, Docks and Harbors, we are a willing agency to take direction from the assembly. It doesn't have to be 1 January.
Okay, I think Ms. Hughes-Candies has one more question, and then I think we're going to go for a motion and see what happens with that.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Do you have a question?
And on my way to ask the attorney a question, thank you, Mr. Yucatel. I did appreciate how much public process you tried to get in with this. So just to make sure I understood your answer to Mr. Smith, trying to divide something like a regulation wouldn't work if you were saying, go with this one, but we want to work on this one more because that would be too specific. Okay, you're nodding.
I'm nodding.
Mr. Kelly, you have a question?
So just to be clear, for Mr. Smith's solution to work, we would need to vote this item down today. Otherwise, it takes effect today. This is for Mr. Palmer.
But that's not as simple as quite that. You want to explain that again, Mr.
Yeah.
Palmer?
It depends on what the motion is. So if there's a motion that's made, for example, to direct me to come back to you with a resolution and that motion passes, then that's the motion and it passes. If that motion doesn't pass, we can evaluate options at that point.
All right, well, we will go with Ms. Hale and see what she does, because it's her turn to make a motion. So we'll see what she comes up with and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly approve the regulations that have come to us from the Docks and Harbors Board. And if I may speak to that motion, Madam Mayor?
Yes, we can, because it's time for statement.
Thank you. Thank you. We asked almost 3 years ago when we kicked back the rate increase, we asked the Docks and Harbors Board to go be more thorough and to do a thorough public process. And they've done that and they worked very hard. They hired a consultant to help them figure out the rates. We have a Docks and Harbors Board for a reason, so that we don't have to try to get into these weeds because we simply don't have enough knowledge and expertise and time to do that. we know that this assembly in particular can get in the weeds and tweak various things, but we can't do that with regulations. We're learning that as well. I felt that we went backwards tonight on the hotel bed tax issue. And I'm not blaming anyone or anything, but we spent a lot of time talking about that and working on that, and we actually had a solution. And we know that the wheels of government turn slowly, but actually they actually have to turn. So I advocate that we approve these regulations and we allow the Docks and Harbors enterprises to move forward and acknowledge the work that Docks and Harbors boards have done.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hale. Any objection? Mr. Smith? Oh, wait, sorry, Mr. Bryson's been patient. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm going to object. I don't like the options that we have. I would prefer just a little more time. There's probably everyone else maybe has done a better job of doing the background and the work on understanding the rates and the increases. I appreciate Docks and Harbors and the board's work on a very tricky subject. I mean, tricky in one way, but just difficult. We know we have a housing issue crisis, and it does affect people who live in the harbors. I would just like to honestly table it for a month so I could look at it a little bit better. I don't know that it's wrong, but I'll just object because I don't have that option. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Wall?
Just objecting for a question for the attorney. You know, in my mind, the worst possible outcome we could have right now is this motion failing, and the Docks and Harbors not getting anything out of this. If this motion was to fail, because there are people here who want more time, I'm not sure what the numbers add up to be. Can we make a new motion after this one fails, or would we have to amend this motion?
Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Wool. You are correct. This motion's on the table. If this motion fails, then a subsequent motion can be made. If we'll go through options at that point.
Mr. Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had the privilege of being the liaison to Docks and Harbors over the last year, and I watched Docks and Harbors have as deep a discussion about the rate increase as we have about property tax. They didn't leave any stone unturned. They didn't take it lightly. They really looked at how it was going to impact the different user groups. That's where their discussion came from. I had it in my notes, and my notepad only went back to July, but they've talked about this July, August, and September. And obviously they were doing it in October as well. I really regret missing the public testimony meeting. Not only have they discussed this and discussed separating Docks and Harbors with the firewall, they've had a meeting about the firewall between Docks and Harbors. They had a meeting that talked about they were covering expenses, but they didn't have enough money moving forward for all the capital expenditures. And I think Mr. Ucotel made a great point. $250 million infrastructure that has $3 million in savings. I mean, it's absurdly low. That's what I'm trying to say. And then I really appreciate the thing that we heard here the most, or the thing that we heard here a couple of times tonight, is staggered out. Don't just hit us all at once. And that is one thing that they did, is they separated an increase. And I believe Mr. Ucotel even did it at lower numbers so that the total number would be 9% after the end of those three. So I do believe that Docks and Harbors has heard the people that have testified. I don't think that we've talked about raising a single price tag in any city function that hasn't been met with opposition. We live in the highest inflationary time that any of us have seen. Well, most of, I don't know, maybe some of you saw something deeper in the 70s, but we're in a horribly inflated time. And so there is no easy way to do this. And Mr. Smith, while I completely appreciate waiting a month to try and figure out a softer way to do this, it is not going to be any less painful. It is not going to be any easier in a month. I advocate, along with Ms. Hale, that we pass this tonight and thank Docks and Harbors for their very hard work on this, and don't punish not only Docks and Harbors for being frugal and responsible with the finances. So, I mean, it would be silly to not give them the 9% raise that they need and have proven, because they were able to manage their money well. So the fact that they have enough money that they're covering their expenses, that's a good thing. That makes me confident that they're going to do the right things with any dollar increase that they have. So thank you for the time, Madam Mayor. I strongly would urge you to support moving this forward so those wheels can turn. Thank you, Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Seeing no hands, I'll pipe in too. I thank you for all coming here tonight to testify. We hear you. Unfortunately, we are facing inflationary times. And I think that Docks and Harbors did exactly what Deputy Mayor Hale said. We rejected their first rate increase and told them to go do some more work. They have done quite a bit of work on that. Nobody's happy about it, I can tell you that. But at the same time, I did read all the materials. There's quite a few of them. And if you want them, Mr. Yucatel could give them to you. They're solvent, but at the same time, they need money for capital projects. And this body has actually hurt them a little bit on that, because we have said no a couple times. Granted, everybody needs some money for capital projects, and unfortunately they just didn't get some. So they have to act on their own. And I'll agree with Mr. Bryson, and a business sense, they have very little fund balance. So I'm going to support the Docks and Harbors Board and Mr. Yucatel on this also. Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is a tough one. I do want to say that I appreciate the work done by the board, and I do feel like they did a more thorough process than when they had initially brought forward rate increases. I struggle with the idea, I think, that when we say they manage their money well, they're managing, and they are, and we appreciate them for managing the enterprise well. But when we look at these fees, this is funds coming from the harbor patrons, and I think it's the harbor fee increases that I'm struggling with, because if they're firmly in the black, to do a 9% increase for the purpose of building up capital funds, there is a part of me that would rather they come to the assembly when they need capital funds. But I see that, I agree, that is not promised. And yet I don't know that I feel like we should pass that on to the harbor patrons, because we may or may not give them capital funds. It's also an interesting one where, I heard the phrase, we don't want to pick winners and losers. And I think that's very true from a city perspective. But this seems like, I have to confess, from when I compare the two user groups, it seems pretty easy to pick a winner. One of them's a lot better funded, and the other one are people living in our community. It's putting it on the residents and possibly taking it off the corporation. So I don't feel bad about that. If I could, I would put the dock in, or am I saying that right? The dock increase, and it's really the harbor increase that I'm struggling with. So I don't know how I'm going to vote. Rather than more time, I think what I'd like to do is tweak the harbor piece of it for the reasons that I said. But I also agree with Ms. Hale that we have a bad habit of getting deep into the weeds. So I don't know how I'll vote.
Okay, any more comments? Mr. Kelly, and then Ms. Hale, and Ms. Atkinson. And just to give everybody a heads up, before we take a vote, we'll take a quick recess in case anybody wants to talk to the attorney.
I think I'd just like to go on the record echoing the concerns of Mr. Smith. I think this is a very consequential decision, and I guess I'd also like to echo the concerns and comments raised by other members of the assembly. I believe that I do really appreciate all the work that the Docks and Harbors have put into this. I personally would like a little bit more time to dig into this issue and make sure that we're making the right decision in a month. So I stand with I too would favor making this decision in November if we could.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the really thoughtful discussion that we're having. If a default to or the answer to increasing the fees is that the Docks and Harbors Board come to the Assembly for money, what they're really doing is they're coming to the residents of Juneau for money. So everybody that doesn't have a boat or doesn't happen to live in the harbor is then paying that money for harbor improvements. The drive down, I think it's called the drive down dock. Lots of people have asked for that, and lots of people have said, all these other communities have these, why don't we? So what we are saying in effect is, no, don't increase those harbor rates, but oh, by the way, all you residents that don't have boats, that can't afford boats, you're going to pay for that drive down dock. You're going to pay for those harbor improvements. So you know, and we have this conversation about a lot of things. You know, we talk about Eagle Crest and that the fact that we actually, that's a city owned facility and we pay for part of that. We pay for pools. And it's very true with the harbors as well. And while there are some harbor patrons that don't have that much money, there are also a lot of harbor patrons that do. A lot of times a boat, if you're living in your house, a boat is considered a luxury item. And so we have to think about how we want to allocate the scarce money that we ourselves are able to allocate.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to echo some of the Assembly members that have said that I really appreciate all the public process Docks and Harbors has gone through and really done their best to reach out to the community, and really commend you for that. But I do want to echo Mr. Smith's concerns about, specifically in our housing crisis right now, raising the rates, especially for liveaboards. I find that concerning. I think certainly people who have boats who like to go, you know, put a crab pot down once in a while can probably afford this increase, but there are people who use the harbor who would be significantly impacted by this. And I too would really like more time to think about this and look into it. So I will also be voting no on this motion.
All right, with that, let's take 2 minutes. And if you need to talk to the attorney, now is the time. We'll bring the assembly meeting back to order. Hopefully, everybody needed to talk to the attorney that had to talk to the attorney. So we have a motion on the floor and an objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Mayor, on the motion to adopt the Docks and Harbors regulations, Ms. Hale,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Scandies,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Wall,
No.
Willa Dog,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Atkinson,
No.
and Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you, everybody, for, that was a tough topic, and thank you, everybody, for all your work, and I appreciate the testimony of you guys coming in tonight. All right, well, with the time being so late, there's only one item on our agenda that we have to take care of, so we're gonna skip everything, except for one thing. I don't know if Ms. Blackwell is still in the room with us. Does not look like that, so we won't worry about her testimony. And we will go to item number 27. Madam Clerk, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So presiding officer reports, you don't want us to take up the Bay House item? No, that's just an informational. Appeal number 2023 AA01 Carla Hart versus Planning Commission, the Huna Totem Dock Appeal regarding the motion for hearing officer disqualification.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you. In the summer of 2023, the Planning Commission issued a conditional use permit for a new cruise ship dock at the Juneau Subport. Ms. Hart filed a timely appeal. The Assembly accepted the appeal and a hearing officer was appointed. Ms. Hart filed a motion with the hearing officer asking him to withdraw. The hearing officer responded to the motion with an order describing that he did not have a conflict of interest and could be fair and impartial. Ms. Hart now asks the Assembly to disqualify the hearing officer. Huna Totem has filed an opposition pleading and Ms. Hart filed a pleading this morning in response. Because this is a quasi judicial matter, the Assembly may recess into executive session to discuss and make a decision on Ms. Hart's disqualification request. The Assembly's decision would need to be issued in writing and provided to all parties in the appeal. I recommend the Assembly recess into executive session to address the motion to disqualify the hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Is there any member of the public that doesn't want us to go into executive session? Seeing none, is there any member of the Assembly that does not want us to go into executive session? Mr. Smith. Do you want to speak to it?
I guess unless there's some reasons by the attorney, I guess I just feel like this issue maybe should be discussed openly in public.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Hughes Candies, you want to speak to your objection?
Similar reasons. I just think it gives both sides confidence that to conduct it in public.
All right, Mr. Attorney, is there a reason that we should go into executive session in your opinion, since that's what you told us?
Yeah, thank you. So the Assembly can stay in public session. It would require a motion to go into executive session if you want to go into executive session. In general, it's executive session. I don't know of a case in which the Assembly has never gone into executive session to discuss a quasi judicial matter. So precedent doesn't matter, but it's what caused me to make the recommendation that I made. The Assembly can definitely stay in public if you want to stay in public.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I greatly appreciate being able to have this discussion in public, with this being the first time that we discussed it, we go into executive session so that the matters that we discuss don't prejudice. And I forgot what exactly the phrase is. So it might get us a better discussion amongst the assembly members if we are in executive session, because I've weighed that versus, I know the public wants to know what we have to say, but we go into executive session so that we can have
Do you
this.
want to just make a motion to go in executive session?
Madam Mayor, I would move that we enter into.
I've hurried along. I
executive
apologize
session.
to everybody. I don't know if people know by law, we have to stop at 11 unless we suspend the rules.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn into executive session to discuss matters that might be prejudicial against an individual.
Okay, and in order to move along, we have a motion and I know we have objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Madam Mayor, this is a motion to go into executive session. Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
No.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Wall,
No.
Walahida,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Adkisson,
No.
Ms. Hale,
Yes.
and Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion fails, 4 yeas, 5 nays.
All right, with that, Mr. Attorney, would you give us a fair warning about what we have to be careful about saying before we proceed?
You bet. So the only question for the body tonight is whether the hearing officer should be disqualified or if the hearing officer should be kept. So the substance of the appeal is not relevant. Whether the planning commission got the decision right or wrong is not relevant. The only question is, do you believe there's enough evidence that has been presented by Ms. Hart that the hearing officer should be disqualified? Or if there are other reasons that you believe the hearing officer should be disqualified, those are also fine. So.
Thank you,
best I can
Mr.
do.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. We're looking for questions now. Anybody have a question? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Attorney, what kind of time and additional costs would go into getting another hearing officer?
Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, thank you. I think it'd be fair to say that I would need approximately 2 weeks to find a new hearing officer. And in terms of money, I imagine another hearing officer is going to have extra costs. I can't give you an exact number because I don't know who it is yet, but I imagine it had extra costs.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Attorney, if you found alternative presiding officer and one of the applicants again felt like that presiding officer was not fair enough, would we be faced with this exact situation again? Are we looking for a magic presiding officer? How do we go about a presiding officer search?
Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bryson. So a subsequent hearing officer that is appointed would be subject to any disqualification like we're dealing with right now. I imagine I can find another qualified, unbiased hearing officer, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for Mr. Attorney. Can you explain to us what a registered agent is and does, please?
You bet. So nearly every corporation in Alaska is required to have a registered agent to accept legal service. So think of lawsuits or government notices, such things like that. And a registered agent does not have to be an attorney. Typically they are, but they don't have to be. And many corporations simply appoint an owner or officer to be the registered agent. Interestingly, if the registered agent for a business cannot be found, then the commissioner of, I don't remember the full name, but CCED, so a state commissioner, becomes the registered agent.
Ms. Hughes Candies. Mr. Smith, I can't tell if you're raising your hand or just playing with your hair. Okay.
Mr.
Ms.
Attorney.
Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Attorney, I know you don't have a magic number. Just wanted you to clarify the additional cost for a new hearing officer would be just to hire another one because we've already paid this one, or could you just clarify what you meant by that?
Yeah, so there's two routes that hearing officers tend to charge. One is a flat fee. I have not been able to get a flat fee hearing officer for a case in a long time. So now it's usually on a per hour basis. It's challenging to find an attorney who has experience with planning commission permits, who has experience with administrative law, so an appeal process, and who's not conflicted. So there's not many left in Southeast Alaska that come to mind off the tip of my tongue. And so I think we're going to have to go to Anchorage, and usually folks in Anchorage charge more than folks in Southeast.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? All right, Mr. Kelly.
This is a kind of an off the wall hypothetical, and if you're not able to answer, that's fine. In your opinion, if this were before, if a judge were actually entertaining this case, would he or she find that there was a conflict in this person, in the person we currently have presiding?
Mr. Attorney, do you feel comfortable answering that?
I can.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
not weighing the political implications, not weighing perception implications, I don't believe that there's been sufficient evidence presented that the hearing officer has a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
See, Ms. Wall.
Follow up on that. And we are allowed to consider perception in our response. We could make a decision based on the perception, even if we believe them not to be biased. Is that correct?
Mr. Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wall. If you think the perception of the connection that Ms. Hart has raised here is sufficient enough, that could be a justification to find a new hearing officer.
Okay, so I see no further questions. Mr. Smith, why don't you make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move that we accept the appeal filed by Ms. Hart regarding the hearing officer. And I'm sure they're searching for the right word about the hearing officer. I guess I would move that we accept Mrs. Hart's appeal of I would move that the assembly disqualify the hearing officer.
Mr. Attorney, is that what he needs to say? Okay. He was going to try and help you, but Ms. Hale was too fast. All right. Is there any objection? Mr. Bryson.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'm going to object to the motion. I don't believe that the hearing officer should be disqualified. I think that we can move forward with this. So I'd like to call to a vote.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Hale. Nice try, though.
You're quick. I also object. I think actually, as I read through the objections, it felt that some of them or many of them were reiterating, there was one statement and then the second statement would kind of reiterate the second. And one of the reasons for not having this hearing officer was that they lived in Ketchikan. And I just found that to be not appropriate or acceptable. We all live in Southeast Alaska, and maybe you could get somebody from Anchorage, but I just think that the reasons listed are frivolous. And again, we would be slowing the entire process down, and I don't agree.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Any further objection? Mr. Kelly.
Just object for a question. I just want to get this on the record. So at the moment, is there anything, is the permit issued by the planning commission still valid? Would the status of this appeal do anything to hold up Huna Totem from proceeding.
Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So the CBJ code provides that a permit issued by the planning commission that then goes up on appeal, the permit is still valid, but the applicant developers are at their own risk if they choose to go forward with it.
Thank you. I'll remove my objection.
All right, we have an motion and an objection. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the motion to disqualify hearing officer, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
No.
Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Bilal Gidad,
No.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson,
Yes.
Ms. Hale,
No.
and Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 6 minutes left. Mr. Barr, you want to give us 6 minutes of your cold weather update, shelter update?
Sure, Madam Mayor, I will do my best. Thank you. I think I'll start quickly by recapping a little bit of my memo, but I won't go into great detail. It's worth noting that we started the cold weather contracting process via a normal CBJ procurement process called a request for bids in June. We received no bids on that process. When we put out an RFP or an RFP and we don't get bids, we then have to decide whether or not we're going to redo the process or simply go find a solution to the problem. If it's a timely problem, this one is and was at the time a timely problem. So we started looking at alternative options. We looked at many, we ruled out many early on. We looked at almost every CBJ owned facility. We looked at many private options. We had many conversations with community members who had ideas about how to solve this problem. Those were productive and good conversations, but at the end of the day, we didn't end up with many viable options. As you probably know, Resurrection Lutheran as a congregation didn't bid during the first part of the process because of failed congregational vote. After that first failed vote, we had 2 main options on the table. One was to go back to Resurrection Lutheran for a second vote, which was our preferred option at that point. We were also looking at the Downtown Transportation Center and a warm bus as an option. That was never the option that we preferred, but it's worth noting that I think we were in a situation where we were potentially had no options on the table, and that was even less preferred. After that second vote failed, we got even more community engagement, in large part, I think, thanks to all of the coverage that the media, the Empire and K2 in particular did on this. And thanks to some of those ideas, we started reevaluating some of the reasons why we ruled out some CBJ facilities outside of downtown earlier in the process, and ended up with Jumbo and Thane. At the end of the day, I could go into great detail here, but I want to give you some time for questions. We landed on Thane for a variety of reasons, foremost among them that we had solved that transportation problem. It is not in a residential neighborhood. It is not right next to a school, and happy to go into much more detail, and thank you to the clerk for putting up that picture so that you can get a sense of what Thane looks like right now. That was taken on Friday before we opened that evening.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Very, very quick questions if anybody has them, but I'll ask one quickly. How many people did we have there last night?
We had I believe 19 on Friday, and then mid and high 20s over the weekend.
Very quick. Mr. Kelly, very quick.
All right, just looking at the packet, page 95, you list at the top, section, there's a bulleted list of a number of criteria that any cold weather emergency shelter should meet. I could read them, or I could, if you wanted.
You're not gonna have time to read them.
Okay, all right. I was just curious of how many of those criteria we expect to be met by the Thane location.
Thane meets, I'm assuming you're referring to the list that has 5 bulleted items. Thane meets all of those.
All right, anything further from anybody? All right, and just to reiterate for the public, we are shuttling people back and forth as needed. And they're going to the Glory Hall for food, is that correct?
There is some food available at the shelter, limited in quantity and capacity, but there is some food available, and many people choose to go to the Glory Hall in the morning, but not all.
All right, thank you so much. All right, with that, welcome to Ms. Atkinson and Mr. Kelly, and thank you, Mr. Jones and Ms. Gladaszewski for your service. And if you don't know who Vic Fisher is, you should look him up online. That we are adjourned at 10:59.